Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing on this fine, pleasant Monday afternoon, I guess? Boy, I overslept. Um, I wanted to.
You
Yeah.
still
So,
have
yeah.
a
So,
special place in my
I
heart.
wasn't tired until like 4 a.m., and then I was like, you know what? Maybe I should just, like, not go to bed. And then I fucking fell asleep by accident at like 7 a.m. So, yeah, sleep schedule is upside down, but that's okay.
How many forging commissions do I still have to finish? Let's see. One.
That's okay. It happens.
Not so many as I thought.
Hello. How do you do, chat? Also, mods, don't do it now, but you can re-enable the exercise redeems today. Don't do them now though, because I just started streaming. I want to fucking pour my coffee before someone fucking redeems it like an annoying little dick. But yeah. Yo. How are y'all doing today, chat? I hate Mondays. You know, I actually like Mondays. You know why I like Mondays? Because Mondays mean I can farm the fucking... Wait, actually, I was gonna say Mondays mean I can farm the weekly boss. But I think today might be IANSAN book day, so I'd rather farm that and do the weekly boss tomorrow. Yeah. You don't have a job. Okay, buddy. I do have a job and I work literally every day. Alright, that's why I don't hate Mondays. You hate Mondays because you have days off for the weekend, okay? I don't. So I don't have a reason to hate Mondays. Alright? Sure, man. Why don't you shut the fuck up, bucko? Huh? Chat, do crystal flies respawn after one day, or does it take more than one day? Yes? Alright. Hmm.
Doesn't matter where.
Okay, where's the sixth one, chat? You guys said there was 6 of them yesterday. But I only found 5. Oh, never mind, I see it. Alright. Teapot resin? I don't want to. New meta queen, abyss usage. True! Actually, so true. So true. That's my go right there. Fine. I hate Mondays. I hate Mondays. I fucking hate Mondays, dude.
If you ever...
Man versus Monday. Yeah, the new type of conflict in storytelling. Man versus man, man versus society, man versus nature, man versus fate, man versus self, man versus Monday. So true, King. Man versus woman. I'm a believer in there never needing to be a man versus woman conflict. True.
Witness my magnificence!
Man versus EM main stat. True. And then there's also the age-old classic of man versus ER for gumming. Man versus sleep schedule for me. Yeah, true. Also, man versus Winston. Okay, dude. That's like... That's targeted harassment. That's actually targeted harassment. That's so fucked. What the fuck is R5 Will Smith? Yeah, that's actually not a good emote. You're right. I should remove it. Where did it go? Oh, it died. It died to Farina. So Varesa's just the worst gumming? I mean... That's also what Milani is. True!
Need a surfboard?
You need a surfboard, chat? So what are the first three? It's Kanich, Chasca, and Milani? I'd probably go for Chasca before the other two if what you're looking for is comfortable clears. But... Milani will be better if what you're looking for is speedruns. And then Kanich... Does Ganesh have gameplay problems? I have MD. I mean, it's not really that he has problems, it's just that he's not that good. Like, he's not bad either. Like, the carries they've released in that one so far have been fairly strong. Chasca seems to have high usage rate on every abyss. That's probably because she's not that popular. Usage rate, on the YS Helper app, right? Usage rate is the percentage of people that own a character that use him to clear abyss, right? What that means is that if there's only 3 people who pull for a character and 2 of them love the character to death and they will play it no matter what, the character will have 66% usage rate. Chasca is a character that a lot of people didn't like visually, and so a lot of the people who pulled for Chasca did so because they liked her gameplay. So that explains a fairly high usage rate. Yeah, there's also the fact that ever since she came out, we've had abysses that were really favorable to her. I guess this one isn't. But still, this one still has a blessing that helps her. Because she's one of the few non-pyro carries that work well in cryo teams. And she does charge attack damage, some of which is cryo. Which makes her actually... Oh, and it's pretty easy for her to carry over her damage over multiple rotations. Which is good for Chamber 1. But also, before this Abyss, we had the fucking Night Soul bullshit in every goddamn Abyss. I don't expect her usage rate to stay at like 30-ish% after this Abyss. I would expect it to go down to like 20-ish. Just because this Swirl buff, just build fully M Chasca. But building fully M doesn't actually do anything. The Swirl buff gives you the exact same amount of damage whether you're building fully M or not. Right? Because, like... if you have, like, I don't know, 50 EM, right? Your EM multiplier. Oh, 20, right? It's 16. Right? At like 50 EM on VV, your swirls will do 2k damage each. At 1050, they'll do 7k. And then in this Abyss, they'll do 8k, and then if you're like 1000 EM, they'll do 13k. But the actual amount of damage that you gain is the same, right? You still gain 5k damage from building full EM on all of your swirls. So if an attack damage crit build was better, without the passive, then that won't change with the passive. Because this isn't multiplicative scaling, unfortunately. If it was, Human Glorp Glorp would actually be good. Does a Swirl buff benefit Sucrose more than Yuma Glorb Glorb, though? My intuition says it does relatively more for her than Yuma Glorb Glorb. I don't know if it benefits her more, but Sucrose is so much better that her teams will still do better. Yeah, someone in chat earlier said that the comments under the Varesa drip marketing were interesting. It's just people saying moo. How jam indeed. Moo more like meh, am I right, fellas? Sorry. Alright. Varesa is the only Natlan character I've been excited for. Oh boy. Sorry to hear that. More IANSAN movement info. We can take a look at that in a minute. First, you know what we should actually do? Varesa is strong and fun. Kit analysis and teams theory crafting.
Guys, Varesa is the new 5-star that is coming out in the 5. Guys, Varesa is the new 5-star that is coming out in the 5.5 patch, and today I will talk about her kit, while also showing you some of the theory crafting results I got as an estimation on how good she is at the moment.
Whoa! Guards! I saw another one! I think guards already took care of that one. Okay, I think guards already took care of it. What is this disrespect in the presence of your monarch, huh? Huh? By the way, chat, that fucking post that said, streamers say mods the same way kings used to say guards, it actually changed my life. It actually changed my life so much. I'm so glad I saw it, dude. I'm so glad I saw it.
So, as I just said, Varesa is a 5-star, and she's an Electro DPS Catalyst character. In terms of archetype, she's someone who relies on plunge attacks to deal damage, which is honestly quite a rarity in Genshin at this point. Last year, around this time, they invested on this playstyle with the release of Xianyun and Gaming, but since then, they kinda strayed away from that, and so by the—
Okay, actually, chat, should we talk about why Varesa is not that good with Xianyun? She's not bad with Xianyun either, but she's just whatever, right? Okay, so isn't it because Mawika exists? That's part of it for sure, but it's not the only thing. Guards. Okay, so base attack is 340 plus. What weapon are we gonna look at? With Sith? Flowing Purity? White people say this is my favorite emote. Just look at him, man. I can't. My favorite emote, I think, has changed lately. My favorite emote used to be Omegalo leading an eggplant. I think now it's question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. It's such a good emote, but I love it. Anyways, let's use Flowing Purity for now. Okay, so attack percent, 27.6, plus, okay, what else we got? What else we got? I think that's it from that. So we have 46.6. We have nothing on her own kit. Do we look at C6 IANSAN? I guess so. 30% from IANSAN. Is that it? Is that it? I guess 30% from subs. No, that's not a lot. Bot attack. 810. 350 plus 810. Xianyun attack in a team like this is gonna be like 2800. Damage percent 46.6. 100. This is gonna average like 25-ish. What else we got? Oh yeah, there's 30% from that Ascension passive, you're right. What else we got? We got Cinder City. Do we got Cinder City? Yeah, we got Cinder City. Arena. Anything else? IANSAN C6. Okay, that's a lot of damage percent. Wait, there's also Flowing Purity, which is going to give you like 16 plus about another 16, so 32. And 98.4 plus 0.2 plus 20 times 6. Okay. Motion value attack, motion value. Technically, this is a little bit of a lie, but not that much, so it's fine. I guess the average damage percent will be a little lower. Let's do like 75. I can't be bothered separating effective attack plunge from the rest, because it's going to be too cringe. And this is like a rough calc anyways. So she gets 4 160s. No, 2 160s, sorry. 2 229s. 2 200.9s. 2 368%. And then let's say 50% collision plunge. So 147.4. And then 2 208s. 2 552s. And then 1 collision plunge. But, okay. Then there's also 2 724.8s. Okay. So damage. The attack, or sorry, the plunge buff from Xianyun is about 18% more damage on Varesa, because her base motion values are pretty high. Although, in reality, it's probably less than that, maybe? No, okay, it's that. But yeah, so it's about 18%, and I'm not including VV yet, right? No, like, there's also VV to add in. But the point I want to make with this is that when you look at the amount of damage that characters gain from Xianyun, 18% is not a lot. Let's compare it to Gumming. we're gonna need to add EM multiplier. Yeah. 18% can be a lot if it's most of your DPS, but like that's the thing, it's not. But let's fucking keep at it. The gumming base attack is 302. Let's say Serpent Spine. Gumming would get Power Resonance, Noblesse, PTDS, Ascension Passive, Ascension Stat, Substats. Xianyun attack would be higher because you get Noblesse and Power Resonance. Damage percent 46.6, 20. What else? 40 from Cinder City. An average of like 30 from Crimson Witch. Maybe a bit less, but 20, 25 average-ish from Crimson Witch. 30's fine. What else? What other sort of Bennett C6? Whatever, right? Something like that. Good value. Yeah. Did I? Okay. Okay, and then motion value attack. So 489.6. About 6. 787.1. And then Xianyun is 6. I guess it's 7. Right? So on a character like Gumming, the plunges or the plunge buff from Xianyun is about 31%. Right, which is a lot more than 18. And even in those teams, that much difference. Why? Because Gumming's motion value is lower, right? This is the adjusted motion value pre... This is the adjusted motion value pre... or post-melt, right? But if you look at the percentage of the motion value, right? the 200% of attack motion value on each plunge is 33% of the motion value that that gumming has to begin with. On Varesa, it's 23%. Right? That's the biggest difference. It's just the base numbers on the kit are higher for Varesa than they are on gumming. Because she doesn't have access to melt. Right? Because of that, the portion of damage that is coming from Xianyun's plunge buff is lower. Like, yes, Xianyun's plunge buff can be buffed by damage percent and can be buffed by crit, but it isn't buffed by your character's base motion value or their attack. So if their motion value times their attack is a number that's already really big, then they'll get less from the buff from Xianyun. And because Varesa is a character who gets a decent amount of attack, right? Because she kind of wants to be played with an attack buffer, because she gets 30% plus attack from her base kit, because she can't melt or vape, so you always want to go attack sense, right? It makes up for the fact that Gumming also has attack buffs in his own kit, and is Pyro, which helps him with power resonance and more synergy with Bennett, which provides a bigger attack buff. So like their total attack is very similar. And the base motion value for Varesa is higher. And Varesa gets a lower number of total plunges, which means she also gets less from Xianyun. She generally won't get all 8 of the buffs from Xianyun. He'll generally do about 6 plunges in the rotation. And because of that, it means that she's just not gaining that much from Xianyun, which makes it so that there's just a lot more alternatives to her, right? That doesn't mean she's going to be bad with Xianyun, but she does have pretty bad synergy with her, despite being a plunger, which is going to make it so that she's not nearly as important to her teams as I think a lot of people are thinking right now. I mean, already in Gumming teams, Xianyun is very, very optional. Like, she's good, but the fact that she doesn't work very well in multi-wave means that very often you'll get similar, if not better, results replacing her. Right? As long as you keep this 3-unit core, the last slot, you have a lot of flexibility for it. You can use a grouper if you need a grouper. You can use Xilonen if you want buffs that carry over well in multi-wave scenarios. You can use double cryo if you want more consistency. You're worried about fucking up your melt, and you want to try to get 100 crit rate more easily, right? You can do it with Diona, you can do it with Rosaria. And a lot of the time, these teams perform about as well as a Xianyun team with Gumming. But then there's also the fact that Xianyun's buff doesn't fucking do anything for AoE, which is tragic. But anyways, That's enough sidetracking. We can go back to this video. We've been on it for like 15 minutes and we've watched 30 seconds of it.
Default, Varesa's concept is quite interesting and unique to talk about. Regarding how her mechanics work, Varesa is a bit more complex than Gaming and Xiao, who can basically just spam their
Yeah, I guess. Like, Xianyun is just not like Xilonen, right? The main thing that Xianyun provides to plunging is the ability to jump higher. Like, don't get me wrong, her buff is also good, but when it comes to plunging, the size of her buff isn't so big that characters that can already get plunges in their base kit will need her. She is going to be helpful, but she won't be necessary.
plunge abilities to achieve the totality of their damage. This complexity is created by the Night Soul Blessing state she has access to because she's a Nathan character. Her kit is honestly one of the most intricate we've gotten in a while, but I'll try to simplify it as well as I can. First things first, Varesa can jump high in the air by using her charge attack and can follow that jump with a high plunge. This plunge will generate 25 Night Soul points for her out of her maximum 40. When she reaches 40 points...
Actually, are there any other characters in the game that have like a condition that allows them to do a no cooldown like special skill? Because I'm trying to think how I'll explain her kit in the pre-release and the first impressions. I'm not sure yet. Chevy. Yeah, I guess Chevy's C4 is something we could use as an example, but not a lot of people have it. Femine? No one has played Femine.
Every journey has its final.
Maybe Mawika is a good example, actually. Maybe we could use Mawika as an example for the like the stance change thing.
Archon reporting for battle.
Right? A little smaller. Right, like this ability that doesn't have a cooldown, or like an actual cooldown by itself that you can use during your skill that lets you change stances, but that doesn't interact with the actual cooldown of your E.
Rise with the sun.
Maybe. But it's not perfect, because you can use it more than once. I'd like something you can only use once. Child? No, that won't work. Behind? No. I guess there's no one-to-one equivalent. Unlucky. If you know what we're looking for, an ability that you need to use your skill to activate, but you can't activate by default, where if you don't activate it, you lose it. And it doesn't interact with your skill cooldown. I think Diluc is probably the best example, actually. It's not a perfect one-to-one. Oh, maybe Kuting, actually. Wait, no, maybe Kuting is the best one. You're right. You're right.
Something's come up.
this second ability, right, that you can use if you want, it doesn't interact with the base skill cooldown. Okay, that's how we're gonna explain it. We're gonna use Kuting as a reference to explain it. Okay, cool. Thank you, chat.
She will enter a special stance that massively increases her plunge damage and is ultimately what enables most of her output. After using a plunge attack in that stance, Varesa will consume all of her Nightfall points and exit it immediately. In short, her playstyle revolves around continuously gaining Nightfall points and then consuming them all through her super plunge attacks. As a second way to generate Nightfall points, Varesa has her Elemental skill, which is a quick dash type attack that deals some damage and generates 20 points. The skill has 2 stacks, and on top
of that... Is that a
that...
taco she's holding? Yeah. Yeah.
When she enters her special stance at maximum Nightfall points, she gets to use a special version of her skill regardless of her cooldown. The text description actually says that her cooldown resets when that happens, but in practice it's more so that an alternative version of the skill is enabled and she can use it when her Nightfall points are maxed. Using this skill allows Varesa's normal attacks to count as charge attacks instead and launch her in the air, which is very useful because it won't consume stamina that way. As a Catalyst character, Varesa will consume a lot of stamina otherwise. Anyway, in practice her gameplay is basically a cycle of Elemental skill, charge attack, and plunge until her window ends. So it's not like she's mechanically difficult to use, the difficulty mostly comes from making sense of her kit. What's next is her Elemental burst, which is also pretty interesting. Basically, it has 2 versions. The first one consumes 70 energy, deals some damage and also fuels her Nightfall points completely, while the second only costs 30 energy, deals typically more damage but can only be used as a follow-up attack to her special plunges, the ones she uses when her Nightfall gauge is filled. While the 70 energy burst comes with more utilities since it fills her gauge completely, the mini burst deals more damage relative to the energy it spends. By executing the combo cycle I mentioned before, Varesa gets to use 2 to 3 special plunges a rotation before both of her skill stacks go on cooldown, and so she will need either 60 or 90 energy a rotation to maximize her damage with the extra burst, which is not a lot because she will be recovering 2 or 3 particles on every single Elemental skill hit. As for her passives, her first one basically gives her a damage bonus to her plunge attacks, while the second one is the Nightfall Burst tied one that gives her 30% attack per Nightfall Burst trigger up to 2 times. Note that while it can stack twice, the only way to generate 2 Nightfall Bursts very fast is if a unit can generate an extra one through her kit, because otherwise it has a rather lengthy cooldown. At the moment, only Xilonen can do that. In terms of damage, Varesa seems pretty strong at the moment, dishing out well over 1 million damage per rotation on average, with Wizit as a weapon on some of her best teams. This puts her roughly in range of DPS like Kinech in terms of calculated output, and considering Varesa should have a bit more AoE range as a plunge attacker, her position in the meta seems pretty good at the moment. However, considering how much Mavuika's release has raised expectations for damage in Genshin, this is overall not extremely impressive. Anyway, due to her high damage potential, Varesa will prefer team setups that maximize her raw output over teams like Dendro Quicken ones, which prefer damage dealers that can apply Electro much more frequently than Varesa can. Before I dive deeper into her team discussion, let me remind you that if you enjoy my channel but you haven't subbed yet, please consider doing so because it really makes me notice your support. Essentially, Varesa has a couple different options.
Do we have information on her ICD yet, by the way? Apparently they changed the way that the fucking data is, like, compiled or what. I don't fucking know. Oh wait, V2? What do you mean V2? Have there been changes already? I guess we are Monday. Oh. I see. Insane. Okay, we don't have ICD info yet. Damn.
The strongest one being Xianyun teams and Chevreuse teams. To be more specific, what works best are the Chevreuse and Mavuika core and Xianyun and Furina core. Varesa really synergizes well with Mavuika because of how many Nightfall points she spends a rotation, which translates to high burst damage from Mavuika as well as high buffs coming from her. Meanwhile, the Xianyun team can't compete in terms of sub-DPS damage because Furina isn't as strong as Mavuika here in that sense, but it allows Varesa to deal high damage by herself, mostly because of how strong Xianyun is as a plunge buffer. While this isn't enough to make it better than the Chevreuse teams at free-to-play investment, it does mean it's a team that scales better with high investment on Varesa specifically. Also, in case you don't have Chevreuse at Constellation 6, your variant loses a lot of appeal and the Xianyun team becomes much more competitive even at free-to-play investment. The other X factor here is IANSAN, which should be coming out in the same banner as Varesa, so you should be able to get at least a...
I think Maoika damage is a little low here. Let's double check. No reactions, I know. Even with no reactions, this seems a little low. So, Malika base is how much again? $359 plus it's fine, whatever. Attack percent, we have power resonance. Noblesse. 46.6 from Sands. 40, is it 40? No, 30 from her own buff. Used to be 40, but now it's 30. 40 from Chevreuse. 20-ish from substats. And IANSAN. I guess this is C2 IANSAN, right? Yeah. C2 IANSAN does give the attack buff. Flat attack. Damage percent. Damage percent is 40 plus 15 plus 46.6 plus 30 plus Cinder City. What else? That was with C6 Chevreuse, right? So I guess you'll get 20 from that. TV. I guess I should do total attack with the IANSAN buff. Mostly gonna be the Q, and then total attack with the E. This is gonna be mostly without the IANSAN buff. Minus 690, minus 30% of this. Motion value Q, motion value E. But I'll include the part of the E damage that happens while she's on field in the Q, because we don't have a different effective attack for those. So it's just 133.9 plus 800.6 times plus 200 times 2.9. And then how many hits of the E do you get again? That's 6? Hyperbloom. It's been too long. 8? I'm just gonna double check. Because usually it's such an insignificant part of the rotation's damage, but in Mawika teams it's a lot more significant, so... Oh, I'm an idiot. She's still in her fucking thing. I need to be able to swap out. Oops. One,
Take it easy.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Is that all you've got?
It did the animation, but it didn't do damage. Huh. That's weird. What if you QE instead? Yeah, that was fucking scam, dude. What the hell? One, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Is that all you've
6.
got?
Okay, if you QE, you get them. All right, cool. That's all I wanted to check. So 6 times what is it? 230.4. And then you get number of overloads. For now, let's not look at the overload damage. It's not going to be that much anyways. So about 500k DPR. Without any spins. And my assumptions are generally a little bit lower than what TGS uses. And he's getting 1.27 divided by 66 of 1.12 million. So he's getting 450k. He's getting less than me, even though his assumptions are generally a bit more generous. I'm also not including the overload, so it'll be a little higher. I guess it's not that bad. It's still not that far away. That being said, this rotation is fake. I'm not a fan of the 5 ECP. I think 4 ECP is better. And if you do 4 ECP, you have time to spin on Mawika a little bit. Which means that her personal damage in practice should be a lot higher than this. You'll get like 2 to 3 spins. Which are 195.5 and 200 times 1.02. Right? which will make the personal damage on Maoika a decent amount higher. But yeah, the biggest problem with the rotation like this is, like, it's possible, but it's energy negative. Now, she doesn't get as bothered by energy negative rotations as other characters do, but it's still energy negative, so by the, like, second chamber and third chamber, you're gonna feel that you can't Q. Because, like, let's actually look at what happens over a rotation like this, right? So we have energy, E, cooldown, right? So what are we doing? We're starting full. Okay. Let's actually just look at the consolidated energy cost. And then E cooldown, right? You start the rotation, you use your E. You can think of it as her E having an 18-second cooldown, but as long as it's over 9, you can use one of the 2 charges, right? Or, in other words, as long as the E cooldown is under 9 seconds, you can use your E again and go up to 18-second cooldown. Right, so it starts at 0. After you use your first E, it goes to 9. Then you C, P, Q. Right? By the time you've done your Q, your E cooldown's on like 6 or something. And you've cost 30. Then you do your second E. Well, it's probably limited. It's more like 7, I guess. Your second E that doesn't have cooldown. You lose your red shred the more time you spend on Maoika? Not really. Like, your rotation will generally be Shivers into IANSAN into Maoika. Which means you swap into Maoika while the enemies have an Electro Aura. Which means the red shred doesn't really start going on cooldown, or the duration of the red shred doesn't start until after Maoika's burst hit. Right? Or rather, the duration of the shred refreshes when Maoika's ult hits. Which means 2 to 3 spins is like easily during debuff uptime. Anyways, then you E, C, P, Q again. Or sorry, you don't Q for this one. I'm an idiot. Okay. Here you get your first energy cost of 30, and it's been like, I don't know, 2.5-ish, 4.5-ish seconds since. Oh my god, it's doing the cringe. Right? Then you do the same thing. Right? Here, your E cooldown goes up to 13.5. And by the time you're at your Q, you get your second energy expenditure. And your cooldown is back to 9, so you can use your E again, right? This is the rotation that TGS is recommending. So it goes to 18. Very cool. And then you swap out, and you come back to your second rotation. Right? Like, technically, this is probably a little bit less than that. It's probably more like 7 and, like, 16 left. Alright, then you come back. And you do the same thing. But here, your E doesn't go on cooldown because it's the special one. And you start with this. Your E cooldown stays at, like, the around 9 seconds it's at here. Like 8 seconds-ish. By the time you're here, it's at like 6. Your energy expenditure goes up to 90 here. Then goes on cooldown. Very cool. You do ECP. By the time you do the next E, this is another special E. It's like at 12-ish seconds. Then here, energy goes to 120. And here, it's at like 16, 15, whatever. This goes down to like about 13 and 150. Right? What that means is that when you come back for your next rotation, because your E cooldown isn't starting at 0, it's gonna start at like 9-ish. This won't work for a third rotation, right? But that's not really that big of a problem because I think it's reasonable to expect that there's a good amount of content that you can clear in 2 rotations. The bigger problem to me is the energy, right? The energy from this E won't get pre-funneled. But you will, I guess, pre-funnel it if, like, on the next rotation, I suppose. Or, like, it's not going to be pre-funnel, but you'll catch the particles before you have to burst. So it's not that big of a deal. But the biggest issue is on the rotation where you use 2 Qs and you only cost 60 energy, you use 3 of the E's that generate energy. And on the rotation where you use 3 Qs and use 90 energy instead, you only do 2 of the E's that generate energy. Which means I think it's very reasonable to expect that you'll waste particle generation on the 2Q rotation, and you won't have enough on the 3Q rotation. Which means that a 5E rotation will effectively increase your ER requirements. Even though you're still getting the same amount of E's versus Q's. Without looking at the fact that obviously, even if you increase the amount of E's, the support particle generation doesn't change. Anyways, all of this to say, I'm not a huge fan of the 5E rotations. Like, they're an option. But because Mawika's so good, in Mawika teams specifically, I feel like they're kind of a waste. Because it's probably not better than spinning on Mawika. And spinning on Mawika doesn't have those energy downsides.
A few copies of her. IANSAN is another character that scales very nicely with constellations, but in these calculations I'm only considering constellations.
Telling people to play Mawika over the carry they want to play. I mean, It's not that you shouldn't play Varesa. Like, you should swap into her so that you still get 4 E's per rotation. It's just 5 E's I think is unnecessary. Aware.
Constellation 2 to be safe. In case you get them, Constellation 5 and 6 are both nice improvements to this team. At Constellation 2, she's not particularly better than Bennett in terms of buffing, but her providing electro particles as well as enabling electro resonance is quite nice. Another option here will be Kujo Zara, but Constellation 6 can
Yeah, that's actually a good point. You kind of can't play this team with Bennett. I probably still have an ER sheet somewhere. That's Balatro. That's a Balatro sheet. Fuck. There we go. I found an ER sheet. Cool. It's faster to find it in my like 30 open sheets than it is to make a new one, so it's fine. Okay. So let's actually take a look at the ER requirements in a team like that, right? So if you do Varesa, Bennett, Malika, others. Her caught particles are gonna be 4 to 6. I don't know if it's 5 average, because I don't know if it's 50-50 to get 2 to 3. For now, let's do 5 average. Then for this, you do catch Moika's particles. And then 2.25 plus... how much is Charleuse? 4 or 5? It's 4. But yeah, so your ER requirements are like really fucking high with Bennett. Cost adjustment. This is a 2E rotation, so that's 60. Cost isn't 60, or sorry, a 2Q rotation. Yes it is. It's 30 per Q. You don't use the 70 energy Q. It's dog shit. Never use it. So her cost is either 60, 90, or average 75 if you do 5E rotations and you want to be optimistic. Anyways, with IANSAN, you get 4 of these. But you get 1 more Fav. And you get Electro Resonance. Alright. So with the IANSAN, her ER requirements go down by like 70% from the 4 electro particles plus plus the electro resonance. That's 8 electro particles per rotation. It's a lot. It's a very large amount. Is Fischl energy generation overkill? It kind of is in a lot of teams. The thing is, because Fav is a good weapon on IANSAN, it closes the gap between IANSAN and Fischl a lot. Because Fav isn't a good weapon on Fischl. Right, because if you go 5 on Facial, you sacrifice a lot of damage. If you go 5 on IANSAN in a team like that, you sacrifice pretty much nothing, because you'll still get the full buff. So all you sacrifice is a tiny bit of IANSAN personal damage, but she doesn't have that much to begin with, so it's not a big deal. It's kind of like why... it's a bit like how Fav is like not very good on Bennett because it has such low base attack. And that makes it so that a lot of teams with Bennett tend to have kind of dog shit ER requirements. And that's why the ER requirements here are so high, right? Even just adding Fav on Bennett would make the ER requirements go down by like 20%, which is kind of a big deal. But, yeah.
With a lower constellation IANSAN really well, her not being able to hold Cinder City, however, makes her skill worse. Regardless of that, if you lack both Xianyun and Cinder City, however,
I wonder, wait, what are those rotations? Oh. Oh. That's interesting. Something seems very wrong here, though, but that's interesting. I feel like something is wrong with this rotation. I feel like this is not 90k DPS on a rotation like this. I feel like something has to be wrong here. You shouldn't be doing significantly more personal damage on Varesa with Sarah if you don't refresh her buff a single time. Yeah, I feel like he might have forgot to remove the Sarah buff because of the shitty uptime. Like, this looks like the sort of team DPS I'd expect out of a team that swaps out of Varesa to go refresh Sarah's buff. What's the E cooldown on Sarah again? Level 40. 10? That's a bit annoying. I guess okay, I will say though, the Sarah rotation with this should be a lot easier than the Sarah rotations with other characters. Because since you don't have... I wonder... Actually, wait. Maybe... Okay, this might be a 2E per rotations angle on Sarah. So the stuff will line up a little better, I suppose. If you do... I mean, I'll just fucking auto on her, it's fine. Sarah, where are you? Alright, so you do something like this.
Now you're testing my patience. Gotcha.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be like that. I suppose you should still do something somewhat similar with, like... something like this. Oh, I forgot the Maoika E. Oops. That's kind of important.
Shine down. Strike. Light up the blazing sun. No turning back. Illusion shattered. Sick of this.
Yeah, something like this should work. Actually. C1 also decreases the E cooldown? Right, there's that. I forwore. Is that C1? It is. Okay. Did you start the rotation with anyone on Varesa? Will the Widsith passive buff be inactive during her DPS phase? Not if she's on your first slot. Widsith procs, when you swap into a character, you have to actively swap into them. Which means if you enter the chamber with the character on your first slot, Widsith won't activate until the next time you swap into them. But yeah, I'm fairly certain it's worth it to give the attack buff to Maoika. And in a rotation like that, Sarah might actually be competitive with IANSAN. I hate Sarah so much, man. Why? I should level her, shouldn't I? The thing is, like, I don't have enough resources. I still don't have Sarah's C6, neither do I. I wish she was on the Varesa banner, but she won't be. I think we know, or we've had leaks of what the banner is gonna be. Yeah. This is supposedly what the rerun banners are. Which, by the way, is actually kinda nice. Like, we'll probably get Farazan on the Xianyun banner, which is really good for anyone who likes Xiao. I mean, I already have her C6, so I don't care, right? Like, they're probably not gonna be good for me, but they'll be generally good. Like, I would expect the banner to be these three characters on the first one, right? IANSAN, Gumming, and Farazan on the Xianyun banner. Which is actually a banner that makes so much sense. Because, like, if you want to play Gumming, Xianyun is a nice character to get. If you want to play Xiao, you want Farazan and Xianyun. So it's nice that Farazan's on a Xianyun rerun. Yeah, I really hope IANSAN isn't on the second half. If she is, I'm gonna be so pissed off, man. I'm gonna be so pissed if she is. Unironically, if she is, I'm fucking taking the L and pulling for the 4-star. What's this again? I guess this isn't that big of a deal, right? It's a sort of constellation that I wouldn't mind activating. Kind of like Zhongli C1. Where, like, it's not actually a good constellation. But it would actually be somewhat helpful, I suppose. okay, because here's the thing, right? If I got something like Arlecchino C1, I wouldn't want to activate it, right? Because I don't want my characters to be in, like, unrelatable states. But this is one of the very few constellations that is actually useful, but doesn't make things unrelatable. Right? Because it's not a good constellation, but it is a comfy one. Increased IR is the sort of stuff that's just... It's not disruptive, right? It doesn't really change the way teams are played. So I guess it could be worse. Because it's not completely useless, nor would I mind activating it. And there's not a lot of characters that have a constellation like that. Right? Like, I guess Zhongli, I wouldn't mind getting his C2. It is useful, but non-disruptive. Okay, Farina, I wouldn't activate it. I guess Albedo I could, but, like, it's kind of useless. I wouldn't activate this because it's too powerful. I guess Xianyun C1 wouldn't be that bad. I could activate that one. Same for Kazuha C1. Maybe there's more of these characters than I thought. I wouldn't activate this. I wouldn't want to activate this, but I wouldn't mind it that much either. I mean, yeah. Joventi's C1. Yeah. Good one. Good one, bucko.
Fascinating. Let's go.
But yeah. Okay. What are the 4-star characters right now whose constellations I would want the most? I'm actually kind of curious about that. So, do I have C6 Yunjin? I don't think so. Yeah. I wouldn't mind C6 constellations on Yunjin. But that's more so just because I think she's kind of cool, not because she's good. So even if I had constellations on her, I don't think I'd play her. So I don't actually want cons on her, but like I wouldn't mind her on a banner. I don't care about Sayu C6. Oron cons would be good. Sethos could be fine, I suppose. Kuki could be nice. Don't care about this. Chevreuse would be great. Man, I forgot I have C4 Mona. Oh, man. Hazel cons, I'd be okay with. Lanyan cons would be great. Goro cons, I'd be okay with. Don't care. Sarah cons, I'd like. I think the characters whose cons I want the most right now are Chevreuse, Lanyan, Sarah, Oron, and Dory. Chat, should we tier list time? I'm actually down for that. We're gonna tier list time. How much I would be happy with 4-star characters on a banner. Okay. So let's put all the 4 stars here. Let me know if I missed someone, because I'm gonna try to do this fast. Can I put Daya? Does she count? Um... Did I miss anyone, chat? I don't think so. Okay. So... would really want... very happy with... pretty good. Not C6, but don't care. And C6. So we can start by putting all the characters I have at C6 in here. Because obviously they're fucking worthless to me on a banner. Because I already have their C6. Alright. That's it, right? Okay. So the character I'd want the most is definitely still Shoulders. Right, Chevreuse being on a banner is the best possible thing that could happen for me. Oh yeah, we can move this down for now. Sure, that's a good idea. Okay, I don't think there's anyone else I'd be, like, nearly as happy with on a banner that I care about as Chevreuse. I think that's, like, she's gonna be alone in this one. Now for characters that, like, I would really want, but, like, not nearly as much as her. Sarah, Dory. Maybe not Dory, actually. The thing about Dory is, like, I would really want her on a banner, but I don't want to have to build another character. And I would need to level 90 her if I want to get her usable. Auron I'd be very happy with. Lanyan I'd be very happy with. I guess IANSAN might be here, actually. That's fair, I suppose. Anyways, wait, how's my pity right now? I pulled a bunch for Lanyan and yeah. And Chevreuse. That means we might end up... I'm at like 51 already. So if I win my 50-50, we might have to... Like, if IANSAN is on Varesa's banner, if I win my 50-50, we might have to keep going. So I kind of hope I lose my 50-50. Actually, okay. The actual best case scenario is I win my 50-50, I have to keep going, I get some IANSAN cons, and then I lose my 50-50, so I get guaranteed on the next one. That's like the optimal case scenario. But, I mean, it is what it is. Anyways. Okay, for the remaining... Wait, do I not have Thomas C6? No, I do, okay. I forgot to put him there, my bad. What's a good stopping point for IANSAN? That's a good question. I feel like many of her cons are useful, so I don't think there's any, like, specific stopping point. C1 is kind of ass. C2, 30% attack, that's good. C3 is kind of ass. C4 for some teams is going to be quite useful, but for some teams is going to be completely useless. C5 is pretty good, and C6 is pretty good. It's like the same as Singto. Wait, you're so right. You're so right. No, Singto C3 is better than IANSAN C3. Anyways, okay, other characters I'd be pretty happy with, but I don't really, like, need. Kuki, Heizo, Kirara, Lynette, Kachina, Sethos, maybe? Mika, I suppose? I wouldn't mind Mika. And then, pretty much, I guess Goro as well. And then the rest of these characters, I don't really care. They're not really things that would make me happy to see on a banner. How did you avoid C6 Kachina? Oh, I didn't. I didn't even know I had her. I forgot I had her at C6. It's not like it matters, let's be honest. It's kind of tragic that none of her cons are good. If only her C6 was like Auron C6 or something. Dodge. Dodge. They're okay for free-to-play Noel stuff? Okay. Okay, buddy. Okay, dude. Anyways. Let's keep watching this. We haven't finished it yet.
Mixer skill wars. Regardless of that, if you lack both Xianyun and Mavuika, the alternatives just become considerably worse.
I don't know if that's true. That seems wrong. Is that the only Xilonen team he looked at?
Even if you use a character like Xilonen on her teams. While the latter seems to have good synergy with her, as she can maximize her second passive and give Varesa more attack than she gets on other compositions, on a team where Syndicate City is already on another character like IANSAN, her supportive capabilities are not amazing compared to Xianyun's. Dendro teams, their damage ceiling is not really comparable, because as I said before, they don't really do as well as other teams when it comes to maximizing Varesa's own damage. While something like Visual Quicken can be an optional very low investment, it's not really great if you want Varesa to stack up to other top meta DPS. So, as a whole, Varesa seems to be a rather solid DPS.
Because Xilonen is like the one character in the game where Petra doesn't feel like ass. She's like the one character in the game that can pretty easily get the Petra Crystal. Without it being a downside. Because, like, one, she moves into the enemy, so there's a decent chance you just get it without even having to try. But two, because she needs to do normal attacks after using her skill, you can see where the crystal goes without having to stay on the character for longer than you need to. So if you don't get lucky and it doesn't spawn in the direction your E is sending you into, you can just do the dash and pick it up. Right? Other support Geo characters generally want to swap right after they use their thing that generates the crystal. And so in order to like see where it's spawned and pick it up, you might slow yourself down. In order to not slow yourself down, you have to immediately dash after using your ability. But in order to be able to see the direction it spawns and dash in time, most people will end up having a decent, a bit of delay for that reaction, right? Right, like, you kind of, if you want to dash immediately as you generate the crystal, you're likely going to dash in the wrong direction. You force yourself to stay for longer. But with Xilonen, you don't need to dash until after you've done your N2, by which time the crystal has spawned so you know where it is, you know? Because what generates the crystal is the E cast, not the normal attack. So it's very easy to go in the right direction. Right? Anyways. But yeah, and Petra's only 5% less damage percent than Cinder City. And the uptime on it should be pretty much the same as your VV uptime. We can actually take a look at how the damage compares. Xianyun versus Xilonen in a very similar team. Plus... Okay, so what are the changes here? You get 35% more damage percent from Petra. You don't get the crit buff from this. Instead of VV, you have Xilonen Shred, which is a tiny bit less. You don't get Xianyun. But you also get 2 stacks of the attack buff instead of 1. Which is, like, not very far behind. God damn it, they're being loud. Like... I feel like using Xilonen in this team is kind of doing her a disservice. Also, with Xianyun, you have longer cooldown on your Night Soul Burst. And Night Soul Burst triggers at the start of your setup, which means that for the first rotation, you kind of don't actually get it on the Farina team with Xianyun, right? Because it's what, 12-second cooldown? With IANSAN plus Varesa? Your setup is going to be like 5-ish seconds. Maybe a bit more than that. Maybe like 7. The first 5-ish seconds of your uptime are without the buff. With Xilonen, not only... Or I guess it's not without the buff, because it lasts for 10 seconds. I guess it's not that bad. But with Xilonen, you'll have 100% uptime on 60% attack. Anyways. With Xilonen being exchangeable with Kazuha, in a team with Farina, you need healing. So, no. Yeah, I guess you'd also get a bit less fanfare. That's a good point. I don't know.
Massive and give Varesa more attack than she gets on other compositions. On a team where Syndicate City is already on another character like IANSAN, her supportive capabilities are not amazing compared to Xianyun's. Dendro teams, their damage ceiling is not really comparable, because as I said before, they don't really do as well as other teams when it comes to maximizing Varesa's own damage. While something like Visual Quicken can be an optional very low investment, it's not really great if you want Varesa to stack up to other top meta DPS. So, as a whole, Varesa seems to be a rather solid DPS with pretty great damage ceiling, and while she's not in the same tier as characters like Mavuika, Nuvolet, Arlecchino in that sense, she seems to be pretty good regardless, and if you like her concept and design and want to pull for her, you'll have a pretty strong and fun character at your disposal. And with this, I'm done for today. If you enjoyed this video, remember to subscribe, and also go check the top 10 Genshin character list I made a few weeks ago. Bye bye.
I guess I'm actually kind of curious of what happens if you do Bennett plus IANSAN instead of Farina. Increase in personal damage is probably not worth the loss of Farina. Alright. We're back in the circle, true. Clyde is dead. Damn, that's crazy, Jello. I can't believe you do this. That's such good clickbait, though. That is such good clickbait, though. Like, holy. Molani is the second strongest DPS in the game. Neuvillette is only shield due to his quality of life. Listen, buddy, if you want to ignore quality of life, Gumming is better than Molani, alright? That's... Listen, okay? If you... Personally, I think quality of life matters, so I don't think Gumming is better than Molani because his quality of life is even worse than Molani's. However, if you want to ignore it entirely and only look at damage, Gumming is better than Molani. Alright? His teams do more DPS. That's just how it is. Okay, bucko? Get your facts straight! Get your facts straight! Gumming really is my goat, man. Holy fuck. Honestly, gumming is better than Molani, even if you do care about quality of life. True! True and real! Holy! Gumming salesman. Yeah, dude, okay. I actually am a gumming salesman now. Like, I was a gumming denier pre-seat lolly. But see, Lolly really fucking pulled gumming up by the bootstraps, you know? Okay, chat, big news with IANSAN. Ella can reach like 68k in physical plunge, possibly. Oh my god, that's crazy. You're a seat lolly salesman, not a gumming salesman. I mean, listen, okay? Like, listen, okay, listen, buddy. Listen, bozo. Listen, chatter. What's this? Tell me what this is. Tell me what this is. Cut. I'm actually curious how low gumming's usage rate is now. Oh, they only include the top 5%. Damn, Saj. You can check. That big pog. What are the most used teams actually in this abyss? Okay. Fucking hell, dude. Fucking hell. 16% of the abyss clears submitted for these stats were this specific team. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. And then 14% are the specific Nevillet team. FFXX is really high. It's not that high. Because, like, it's only 2.6% of the clears. You have to understand that, one, it tends to be the best Shao team, and so people that have it and want to play Shao will generally play this team and not other Shao teams, which is going to consolidate all the Shao clears into one team. And two, people that don't like Shao won't go for both Shao and Xianyun. You know? People that used to like Shao but don't really like him anymore probably didn't get Xianyun. And people that don't like Shao at all don't have him. Right? This 15.6% looks high, but the actual usage rate is 2.6%, which is pretty low. Same thing can be said for this Risley team, right? Like, ooh, top 8th most played team. No, it's 0.2% usage rate. It's because no one has Emily and Risley, right? Like, the second lowest usage rate team in this top 13 is this team at 1.6%. He's at 0.6? Alright, cool. Yeah, it's this team at 1.6%. This is 0.2, 8 times less. Right? Like, it's... Yeah. I never understand the team section. That's funny. But this is the sort of thing where the sample size is so low that like 2 or 3 people doing a meme thing is gonna make it. Wait, you said that his total usage rate was 0.6%, right? That's the usage rate? Oh wait, no, never mind. Never mind. I'm wrong. Ew. That's fucking disgusting, man. Interesting. Anyways. I can crash out. It's writing 0.001 to 0.1. Yeah. Because it doesn't want to say 0% if there's at least one clear with it. So it rounds up to 0.1% because that's the lowest decimal it goes to. Can you send me a screenshot of this thing but with like all the characters so I can actually look at the numbers for the characters below this? Venti isn't as high as I expected. Yeah, Venti's still kind of low. I think it's just because people kind of forgot about him, honestly. But there's also the fact that Chamber 3 is not great for him. But I'd say that Chamber 3 is, like, the easiest one of them, probably. Which one is the hardest of the 3? I guess if you have a Craw unit, Chamber 3 is really easy, but if you don't, it's not. Chamber 2 is really easy with a grouper, but it's kind of bad without one. Chamber 1, second half, can be really cringe if you don't have teams that are good for multi-rotation or multi-wave content. I think all 3 of them could be the most difficult based on what you have on your account. I don't have, thank you. Thank you. Sucrose 2.4. Is that higher than it was before? I think it is. I feel like I remember Sucrose being below 1% for a while. Are people waking up? People might be waking up. It might also just be because Taser's really good this Abyss, though. Like, don't get me wrong, Taser's Pog, but, like, Taser's not the reason Sucrose should be this high. Should be high. Sucrose should be high because of how good she is in, like, melt teams, honestly. Sucrose had 1.2 the Abyss before, I see. I use Suclorp on my Mawol team second half so I could play international first half. Pog. Gumming at 0.6. Gumming's probably the best character below 1, right? What about below 2? I think Gumming's also the best character below 2. He's not the best character below 3 because Sucrose is there, though. Is this Abyss Beto is a go? Yeah, Beto's pretty good, this Abyss. We can do an Abyss clear. What should we play? Randomizer? I don't really want to do a randomizer. Gumming? I've already played Gumming so much, I kind of want to do something else. I mean, I don't mind playing Gumming, I guess. Gumming is really fun to play, so I don't mind playing him more. I'm not playing Super Conduct Xilonen, so stop it. Stop it. Should we do Xianyun? The thing is, Xianyun is like so much worse in multi-wave. I'll do Xilonen. Xilonen's really nice for multi-wave stuff on Gumming. But I don't think she's on the right set. I can't be bothered. Who cares? I do want to make sure she's on Fab, though. She is. Okay. Giant Quick Bloom? Meh. I kind of want to do some Swirl bullshit. Oh, I know what I want to play. I really don't know which is the best piece. Is it the 124 EM one, even though it has 3 useless rolls? Or is it something like this that has 9 rolls? They're probably really close. But this has a bit more ER, so I guess I'll be more comfortable.
I created an.
Would Kitane be better than D-Bane? Yeah, I would. But I don't have it. Okay, because there's enemies that hit you with Cryo, I'm not gonna put him on sack. Honestly, like, the only reason why I don't want to put him on sack. By the way, Chad, I noticed KQ removed most of the Bennett damage plus support build, so is it just better to go HP build nowadays? Carry power creep has gotten to the point that in most teams, Bennett's personal damage is kind of just insignificant now. And HP build lets you heal enough to make him much better with Farina. So, I mean, you can still go whatever you want. Like, unless you're using Farina, you don't need to be on an HP build anyways, because he heals more than enough without one. It's just that with Farina, because he doesn't heal above 70% HP, reaching breakpoints where he can proc Farina's passive more easily is gonna be nice. So building him for healing helps.
We'll meet again.
Let me read you a verse. Rain outlines your fate. I'm getting
Now you're testing my patience.
animal hypostasis. Don't break my glass.
Oh fuck.
Stand clear.
I got annoyed there.
Gotcha. We'll meet.
Okay, dude, can you stop being fucking cringe? That was such an awful clear. Like, actually just skill issue. I got hit by everything. I'm gonna reset. Not because the clear time was bad, just because I feel bad about that performance.
Time to rain cutter. Absorption test. Enhanced animal. Animal test 6308.
Midnight Venta.
Stand clear. Animal test 6308. Swirl. Mark. Let me read you a verse.
Come on. There we go.
Rain cutter. Stand clear. Rain outlines your fate.
Alright. Not too bad. Not the best clear I've ever done, but still a sub 1, so we're fine. Alright. What's this again? Oh yeah, it's the fucking annoying bullshit.
Everybody stand. Pop up.
Crit? Bro, why are they being so fucking loud? What the? Okay. No! Okay. That was fucking awful. They're being so loud I can't fucking focus, man. Jesus Christ. Big ass fucking truck just standing in front of my goddamn house. I hate snow, man. I fucking hate the winter. I hate snow. How am I supposed to focus with this, dude?
Animal test 6308. Enhanced animal model. Eat this. It's midnight.
missed my global swirl because he was out of range. Fucking hell. It's okay. So much better than everything Mizuki does. I mean, yes. But, like, Mizuki wouldn't be that much worse than this team, as long as you don't use her E.
Let's light it up! Everybody get to work! You two! Tight! Happy return! Teamwork is strict! Fulfill our pact! Yeah!
Oh, I'm an idiot. Alright. Didn't want to use my burst at the end there.
My royal brain outlines your fate. Let me read you. Nice fight! Absorption test. You're toast! Swirl, Mark 2. Wings of Doctor. Stand clear. Witness the power of the wild.
I want to use my burst before I sold back to Sucrose.
Absorption test. Enhanced animal module 75. Yeah. Midnight.
See, Daisy.
Rain outline. Stand clear. You're toast.
It's good enough, right?
Animal test 6.
A little bit over a minute. It's not like the fastest, but could be worse, honestly. Comfy Taser T's being playable in the big 2025 is truly the best thing to come out of Yuma Glorblor's existence. I mean, there were some comfy Taser teams that were very good last Abyss before she came out, so I don't know about that one.
Everybody stand. Suffer the wrath of the mighty mythical beast.
Oh, fuck you. Oh, fuck you!
Bring it. Teamwork is strict. I want to go home. Lolly. Happy return. Congratulations. Going in. Get to work. You two.
I got so fucking scammed. He dodged my cryo. Ah! I didn't mean to normal attack. Okay, whatever. I'm fucking awful at the video game. We gotta restart. Fucking hell. Yeah, I got so fucking scammed there, and then I followed it up with a skill issue.
Rain cutter. Stand clear. Swirl, Mark 2. Absorption.
Guoba, what are you doing? He ran away from my Guoba Swirl, man! What the fuck was that? bad.
Odd reveal. Animal test 6308. Animal hypostasis emulation. Absorption test.
Midnight vent.
Ignore my sword. Ring cutter. Nice and spike. Stand clear. Absorption test. By royal Swirl. Mark.
Woba did not behave on this run. Jesus Christ. That was awful.
Rain up.
Holy fuck.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is fulfill our path. Suffer the
I am going to fucking shoot myself in game if you dodge my cryo application one more goddamn fucking time, you worthless, pathetic little fucking loser.
I'm going in. Show no mercy. You two. Mighty mythical beast. Everybody stand. Xilonen, beast pop up.
And he fucking didn't crit.
Bring it. Teamwork is
I fucking hate this game sometimes. He dodged my cryo again. Okay, and he dodged my E. That's sick, dude. This is what I mean, okay? If you ignore quality of life, Gaming actually is better than Molani, but his quality of life is significantly worse than Molani's. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. Holy fucking shit. Is the truck coming back? Okay, I think it just passed by this time. Anyways, let's do, what do we do, chat? I never said quality of life doesn't matter. We were talking about DPS ceiling. Gumming has higher DPS than Molani, though. If you're talking about constellations on your 5 stars, then that's not the same anymore. But, like, yeah, obviously. A whaled out 5 star is going to be better than a whaled out 4 star. Like, no shit. That shouldn't be surprising. Time for Molani clear? I'm not playing Molani in this abyss, dude. Like, it's fine first side, second side, no thank you. You only need C1 Molani to mod Gaming. I don't think C1 Molani mods Gaming with Sitlali's C1 though. So like, I don't know. an exercise redeem. Because they're back. Alright. Alright! Chasca go br. You could play Chasca. But I changed my Xilonen gear. And I don't want to play Chasca Mawika because it doesn't feel like a Chasca team. Hyper Fridge, please? We can do that. I don't mind doing that. I wonder if Lali is better than Kaya for Hyper Fridge. She probably is. There it is. Thank you for very, very slowly driving in front of my home. Big ass fucking loud truck. I love you, big ass fucking loud truck. Shit pisses me off. I'm gonna sack on this though. Alright, what do I do first side? I want to do more swirl stuff. I don't mind doing Venti. You can do Venti. We do double Animo stuff. We did Air Fryer, we did TF Kazuha. I guess we haven't done Taser with this. I could do Taser. What Taser team would I want to do though? I guess I can do Xilonen. Oh, that's cringe. This thing.
Time for takeoff. Odds reveal back. Here comes the challenge. Brace yourself.
Adorn my night.
Let's play. Think you can get away? Midnight fantastic. Yahoo!
Oh, my E didn't even fucking hit them? Tragic.
off. Quietly now. Here comes the fulfill our path. You two. Witness the power.
Okay, what is he doing? He's literally just staring. The fuck is going on, man?
Let me lead you. There is no rain outlines your face. Grow. Suffer the wrath of Eastleigh. Get to work. Shine down. Witness the power. Rain outlines your face. Xilonen, East Papa, get him! Illusion Rain cutter. No, my sword.
600% swirl damage buff is honestly so fun. I wish Mizuki was a real character. Yeah, I know, man. I know.
Think you can get away? By ruin, game's up. Time's over. Busted. Yahoo! Time for takeoff.
Midnight vent.
Here comes the catch.
One with nature. Clouds high. The birds come.
Quietly now. Think you can get away? Here we go.
Time to go.
Game's up. Time's over. Busted.
One with wind and cloud.
Time for takeoff. Midnight vision.
Oh, fuck.
Things are about to get dicey. Gotcha. Let's play.
The birds come.
Yahoo! Think you can get away? Game's up. Time's over. Brace yourself.
One with
I
wind
shouldn't have
and
bursted
cloud.
there, but it's fine. Was that slower than the Choosing Somon team? I think it was very similar in clear speed, right?
Shine down. Fulfill our path. Suffer the witness the power of the wild. Know my sword. Rain outlines it. Grow. Yeah. There is no escape. Show no mercy. You two. Time set. Rain cutter. Know my sword. Grow. Shine down. Get to work. Xilonen, East Papa. There is no witness the power. Rain outlines your face. Know my sword. Illusion shattered. Committed to memory. Show no mercy.
Okay. And this shit is a little annoying, but it is what it is, I guess.
Here comes the catch. Here we go. Wings of dark. Brace yourself. Think you can get away?
Follow me.
properly hit them. Oh, we got lucky.
Wind and cloud.
He backed off a little instead of going forwards.
Gotcha.
Oh no. No, 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 no. Okay, good.
Think you can get away? Quietly now.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
Here comes the catch. Play royal. Let's play.
That was slower than the Sucrose team. Damn. Crazy. I mean, I guess it makes sense, actually.
Suffer the wrath of Rain Cutter. Rain outlines him. Commit to memory. This may hurt a little. Get to work.
Ha! Inazuma shines eternal.
I didn't need to do that.
Commit to memory. This may hurt a little.
Honestly, maybe the ultimate way to play this team is to not use Lolly's first,
You two.
but I'm not sure.
Witness the power. This may hurt a little.
Shine down.
Committed to memory. Fulfill our path.
Let me lead you. Illusion shattered.
This may hurt. No, my soul. Grow, grow, grow. This may hurt a little.
Yeah. I don't think Seed Lolly's that good in this team, actually. I think I'd rather use KO. Alright, what do we do next, chat? On-field Farazan. Oh, what's up, John? I'm not playing Chongyun. My Chongyun is not even properly leveled. I'm sorry. In case wonder, I don't have him. If I play a Chongyun team, it's just gonna be a Hyperbloom. I don't think you want me to do that. Emily. I did a clear with Air Fryer Emily yesterday. What is Air Fryer Emily? I mean, I can do it again. I don't mind. It's kind of fun. Have you already used music? Yeah. Yeah. About that. Oh boy. He certainly is a character of all time. Let's play Arlecchino. But that means we gotta fucking re-gear her. Oh, I can't yoink this, actually. Wait, that's rough. Wait, I need to give Jadewing Spear to Arlecchino. Guess she's gonna be on Fav. It is what it is. Right. Pyro damage, where are you? There you are. Too much ER. We can go attack sands. Attack. We even have a good one. I guess we can use it. It's fine. Not great, but it is. Alright, and then we do official Chivalrous. I guess you don't actually want Viridescent Hunt on the second side of this Abyss, but whatever. It's not like it's a bad weapon anyways. Alright.
Time for takeoff. Neutralize.
One with wind and cloud.
Here we go. Russian floral. Yahoo! Think you can get away? Teamwork is strength. Recon.
I think it was too far.
Fallen leaves. Adorn.
Here we go. Let's play. Time for takeoff. Everybody stand up. This will brighten up the place.
Huge. Love to see the air fryer immunity. At least with early, you don't get one shot while you're burning. Yeah, it's a pretty big deal. And,
Lazy death. On for me. Hands where I can see 'em. You're toast.
Midnight Phantasma.
Transfix. Justice will prevail.
I didn't let it cook long enough. I'm an idiot.
By royalty.
We don't talk about that. It's fine.
Hands where I can see 'em. Midnight. You asked for it. Overruled. Odds with nice and spicy.
Yeah, not letting the Mark cook long enough is so 07.
Think you can get away? Extract. Go in.
One with wind and cloud.
Fresh and floral. Time for takeoff.
Now that went the wrong way, didn't it? Oh yeah.
Light it up. Everybody.
Annoying.
The wind knows me. Clouds high. The birds.
A little ambiance.
Into the wind.
Let's play. Think you can get away? I'm going in.
As one with
Didn't have my
wind and
E.
cloud.
Yahoo! This will brighten up the place. Let's light it up. Brace yourself. Time for takeoff. Teamwork is strength.
sick.
Think you can get away?
Clouds high. The bird
Going in! Let's light it! Fresh and floral! Let's play! Time for takeoff.
as one with wind and cloud. Wind strike.
That was bad. Why did I use my E? I don't know.
Go! A little ambiance. Yahoo!
Emily's burst animation is just long enough for these guys to be able to start their attack that fucking one-shots you. Which is very annoying.
Let's light it up! Going in! Fresh and floral!
I didn't mean to press E. I wanted to swap.
Wind strike. Fallen leaves. Adorn.
Yahoo! Time for takeoff. Everybody stand back! This'll brighten up the
Please
place.
don't kill me. Okay. What is bro doing?
Let's play!
Okay. Sure, dude. Sure, man.
Hands where I can see 'em. Wings of darkness. Stop right there. You're in toast. Oz revealed by nice and
Transfixed.
I didn't think that was gonna hit me. I dashed too late. My bad. My bad. Okay, and now this part is kind of cringe, but it is what it is.
recon. Let's light it up. Teamwork is Yahoo!
One with wind and cloud.
Fresh and floral. Time for takeoff. Going in. Let's play.
Clouds high. The birds call.
Think you can get away? Teamwork is
What the fuck?
a little obvious.
I've never gotten knocked back that far. What the fuck, man? Holy shit.
Time for takeoff. Everybody stand back.
One with wind and cloud.
Let's light it up.
What? Oh, that's bullshit, man.
Here we go. Think you can get away?
Both the E and the plunge on Kazuha didn't fucking cancel him? Like, that's fucking bullshit. Whatever, man. Get me out. Get me out. And then we got this annoying ass chamber.
By royal justice will prevail. Overruled. Drop your weapons.
I'm gonna kill you, I don't care.
You asked for it. I hear
Fuck.
children singing.
Easy. Not even close. Not even close. Definitely didn't say 659. Definitely didn't say 659. Definitely didn't say 659. We're fine. That wasn't even actually close. Honestly, like, I went into this, I knew exactly what was gonna happen, and it did. It did happen. It worked out exactly as expected. Best Arlecchino performance? I mean, that was honestly a bit more of the fucking bullshit of the first chamber than the second chamber. But, I mean, second chamber was still cringe, don't get me wrong.
Thank you for add as
I'll be right back.
when you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice.
I have returned, chat. No more. Guards! 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 Alright. I think it's time to record the first impressions video. Maybe we do one more Abyss run first. One more Abyss run, I think. We'll do one more. Just one more. No, Xilonen, no. I think I'm fine. Holy M Chow, no. I don't wanna. Sino? No, thank you. What's a team that's like that I usually don't play because we don't have ventable content? I could play Burgeon teams actually. Should be on instructor, I guess. What if I do... Could I do Burgeon both sides? I think that's kind of pushing it, actually. Because one of the teams isn't going to have Nahida. That might be pushing it a bit too much. Got an exercise redeem. What do I want to do second side then? Man, I don't know. Okay, this is a bad idea. This is definitely an awful idea. There's no way this is gonna work. Like, actually no way this is gonna work. I'm shooting myself in the foot right now. This is, like, really not a good idea at all. I really shouldn't be doing this to myself. This is actually such a bad idea. Like, I don't know what is coming over me right now. But I suppose, I suppose you could say it's bad ideas. Are what's coming over me right now. Right, like, there's no way this will be good. There's just actually no way this will be good. Right? Budget by Marie. Yeah. Yeah, that's the idea. Oh, I tried to swamp first, but I guess it didn't work. Ah, fuck me.
Wind strike. Tip clouds high. The birds come.
I thought I was dead.
No, my sword.
So I tried to reset, but I guess I didn't die.
Let's light it up.
Holy fuck. Yeah, that was 2-digit HP. Anyways,
So sorry.
Let the world collide.
Taking a turn for the better. Dodge this. Yeah. Freeze. Mind the side effect.
Time to shine. Yoo-hoo!
This moment will be frozen in time.
Nice and spicy. Eat this.
Remember, health comes first.
did I just pick up the fucking pepper with Farina? I don't want to talk about it, man. I also think I have too much ER in my Shangling.
Dodge this. Taking a turn for the better.
Let the world collide.
This moment will be frozen in time.
I could definitely get away with less
Freeze.
and more EM.
Time to shine. Yoo-hoo!
Remember, health comes first. Oh, so sorry. Cool it.
Nice and spicy.
I don't want to use burst. I don't think I need to. Yeah. I definitely have way too much ER on everyone in this team.
Rain cutter. Everybody stand.
One with wind and cloud.
Rain outlines you.
Time to get
Okay, fuck you. Oh shit. Ah! I thought I had my burst up, but I didn't.
Share my knowledge.
Where the fuck? Oh, there they are.
The wind knows me. Clouds high. The birds.
Let me lead you a first. Time to act. Committed to memory. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
Make yourselves at home. Yeah.
Wind strike.
Witness the power of the vods. Let's light it up. I'm going in. Let's play tournament.
Clouds high. The birds come.
How broke.
The wind strike.
Rain cutter. Everybody stand back. Committed to memory.
Time to go.
Wah!
Wind strike.
Whatever, man.
Let my name echo in song. Strike.
Seems like an emergency. This. Don't get frostbite. A bitter pill. Cool it.
Let the world collide.
Maybe I don't have too much ER, and it's just that
Taking a turn for the better. This will be frozen.
the rune guards generated too much energy.
Into the fire. Let my name echo in song.
Mind the side effect. Freeze. Don't get frostbite. Dodge this. Seems like an emergency.
Showing you
I don't want to use burst here.
Get them.
So far, it's working, chat.
Rain outlines your fate. Witness teamwork is dreamwork. Adventure.
As one with wind and cloud.
This way, Xilonen. Sharing my knowledge.
Fuck you!
Ring cutter.
Annoying ass motherfucker! If you're under their hitbox when you use your E, it doesn't fucking cancel them because it doesn't hit them properly.
South of home. This way, Xilonen. Let's light it up, everybody. Rain outlines your fate. Let
One with nature. As one with wind and cloud.
teamwork is dreamwork. How good.
Could be worse, honestly. Like, it's not the fastest clear we've gotten, but it's not too bad.
Free.
Ridiculous. Time to shine. Yoo-hoo! You're toast. Nice and spicy.
Remember, health comes first.
This is gonna be harsher, though.
Mind the sun. Don't get frostbite.
Let the world collide. I'm the frying pan into the fire.
Because Farina's a good portion of the team's damage here.
A bitter purpose.
And against this, it's kind of rough.
My name echo in song.
Oh.
Don't get frostbite. Cool it.
Time to shine.
Seems like an emergency.
Nice and spicy.
So soft.
Let the world collide.
I think we have enough time, though.
Freeze. Remember, health
Maybe? Maybe we don't, actually.
Get them. Time to shine. Eat this.
Oh, we'll be so close.
so soft.
But I don't think we get it.
Shower you praise.
So close. Definitely doable if I get a better first half, though.
Everybody stand. Know my sword. Ring cutter.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
The temple of wisdom. How good. This way, Xilonen. Going in.
Wind strike.
Let me lead you.
One with wind and cloud. Wind strike.
Row, row. Everybody stand back.
Wind strike. Fallen leaves, adorn my
Know my sword. Witness the power.
That was a worse first half, for sure.
Let's light it up. I'm going in.
We can do better. Maybe I should try to do, like, actual rotations instead of just fucking bashing my head against the keyboard.
Time to go.
Committed to memory. Sharing my knowledge.
Hello? Stop running away. Fucking losers. What are you doing? think that was a bit better.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Aligning, echoing song. Strike.
Seems like an emergency. This one will be frozen. Free. Yeah. Mind the side effect.
My E missed. Fuck you.
Free. Frostbite. Remember, health comes first.
Aligning, echoing song. Protect you.
Free. This one will be frozen. Seems like an emergency.
Time to shine.
Cool it. Oh, so sorry.
Nice and spicy.
A bitter pill.
Aligning, echoing song.
Taking a turn for the better. What's the hurry?
Get them.
This one will be frozen in time.
Shower you with praise. Time to shine.
Mind the sight. Dodge this. Don't get frostbite. Seems
I don't
like
think we got it.
Aligning,
We're pretty close again, but
protect you.
yeah, we're like 3 seconds off again. Man. Dodge. Maybe I should start with this, actually. Did he just
Adventure time.
fucking dodge it? Dude. I hate these enemies so much, man.
adorn.
Teamwork is strict. Know my sword. Let me lead you. The Temple of Wisdom.
Wind strike.
Going in.
Clouds high. The birds call.
Rain outlines your fate. Rain cutter. Just leave her alone.
Wind strike.
Wait, no, he expired and I didn't notice.
Fallen leaves. Adorn.
Grow. Sharing my knowledge. Everybody stand. Witness the power.
Clouds high. The birds call.
A minute to memory. Teamwork is dreamwork. Let me lead you.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
Take. The Temple of Wisdom. Everybody stand back. Let's get
Wind strike.
rain outlines your fate.
One with wind and cloud.
Going in.
That was fucking slower. I don't think we're gonna do it. Like, I know it's doable, but probably gonna take too many resets.
Time to shine.
This one will be frozen. Remember, health comes first. Freeze. Mind the side effects. Cool it. Oh, so sorry.
Your
swallow.
Let my name echo in song. Strike a
Taking a turn for the better.
nice and spicy.
Mind the side effect. This smoke will be frozen in time. Dodge this.
What the fuck even froze me?
Cool it.
Booba, get them. Shower me with praise. Let the world cool.
Remember, health comes first. A bit of so sorry. Freeze. Yeah.
Nice and spicy. Time to shine. Eat this.
Frostbite. Seems like an emergency. Cool it. Mind the side effect.
Let my name echo in song.
Freeze. Oh, so sorry. A bitter pill to swallow.
We're like 3 seconds off again.
Yeah.
Okay, I give up. I give up. That's enough of that. As it turns out, Baimari's not really that good if you don't have a character to be buffing with your Farina. Who could have guessed? Who could have guessed? Damn. Unfortunate. I really wanted it to work. Imagine if Skirk's best team is very true. Alright, chat, I think it's time to record the first impressions on Varesa and IANSAN. So, everyone say hi to YouTube. Let me put a stream marker down. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome! Hi! To a first impressions video on the upcoming 5.4... 5.4, I think? Characters, IANSAN and... Am I gonna say her name properly or not? 5.5? Are we in 5.4? Okay. Let's try that again. Sorry. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome! Hi. To a video on the upcoming 5.5 characters, IANSAN and varicose veins. No, I'll just use her name, man. Yeah, okay, whatever. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi! To a video on the upcoming 5.5 characters, IANSAN and Varesa. Going over my first impressions of their kit. Honestly, I'm pretty excited. We've got some really interesting mechanics going here, and I want to talk about them. So, very short introduction for those of you that don't follow leaks outside of my channel, or haven't gotten around to it yet, and that don't know what these two characters do. IANSAN is effectively an attack buffer, where her attack buff is dependent on you moving. Alright, she's an Alan character, so she's got a Night Soul mechanic, and the way that her Night Soul mechanic effectively works in her kit is she gets an attack buff that's more or less proportional to how much Night Soul she has. She consumes Night Soul over time, like most of the Natlan characters, and you can gain Night Soul back by moving. The more you move, the more Night Soul you gain back. The size of the attack buff that she provides is honestly fairly big. It's not quite as big as Bennett, but it's honestly not that far behind. And so a lot of people have been very excited for her and her potential to replace Bennett in a bunch of teams. So we'll talk about that. Don't you worry. And the other character, Varesa, is she's kind of a mix between Klein and Gaming. She's a plunge-focused Electro character. That is, or where your main gameplay loop with her relies on using skills so that you can launch yourself in the air and following it up with plunge attacks, and following up those plunge attacks sometimes with her burst, which is a special burst, right? Instead of just having one burst, she has two. If she uses her burst after some of the specific plunge attacks, it does a smaller version of the burst that's considered plunge damage, that has a shorter animation, that has a lower amount of motion value, and that costs a lot less energy. Let's start by talking about Varesa, I think, before IANSAN. So she's a Catalyst character, which is always nice. When it comes to Catalysts, you can always use their normal attack as a way to set up some of your, or as a part of your setups. Mainly for Electro characters, you can use it either to facilitate Electro swirls or to get an overload on Chevreuse without needing to swap to an Electro character or use abilities with cooldowns. Chevreuse's attack buff is reliant on you triggering overload before you use her skill, and because of that, depending on the other characters you have on your team, you might end up effectively either having to use an ability before you get the buffs, like is often the case in official teams with Chevreuse, or using the abilities before if they're not like abilities that get buffed, but they're buffs with a shorter duration than Chevreuse. So for example, in the Arlecchino Bennett teams with Chevreuse, you will often use on the first rotation, you end up using Bennett before Chevreuse because you want to snapshot Bennett's attack buff onto official because it's more important than Chevreuse's buff. And so you want to go to official after Bennett. But if you go to official after Bennett, that forces Chevreuse to be after official because you won't get an overload without official. Some people do charge attacks on official, but it's worse because the charge attack is so slow. Anyways, point being, a character being a catalyst that has a way to just apply Electro just by doing a normal attack is often going to facilitate your setups in a bunch of different teams. It's not a major thing, but it is kind of helpful. It's a nice little thing. Outside of that, so like I said, her main gameplay loop relies on using your skill and following it up with a charge attack. The way that it works is when you use her skill, when you use her charge attack, it makes you jump after the charge attack. And that jump is high enough to plunge. Obviously, she's a Catalyst character, and like a lot of the Catalyst characters, her charge attack costs 50 stamina, which is a lot. And so, kind of sucks to have to spam this. But, if you use a charge attack after your skill, it won't cost stamina. So, you use your skill, follow it up with a charge attack, that makes you jump, follow that up with a plunge attack. Her Night Soul mechanic effectively generates Night Soul when she uses her skill and when she uses a plunge attack. Her maximum Night Soul is 40, and she generates either 20 or 25 Night Soul based on Based on what she used, 20 from using her skill and 25 from using a plunge. Which means she will fill up her Nysel in one E charge attack plunge base combo. When her Nysel bar is filled, she enters the Fiery Passion state, which they say resets her skill cooldown, but it's not actually a reset. It's like a secondary skill that you can use that doesn't share cooldown with the initial one. So a good way to like think about it is you can think about it like the second part of Kutsing's E. Right? Once you fill up your Nightsol, it effectively makes it so that you can use a special ability like the second part of Kutsing's E that doesn't have a cooldown of itself that you can only use under specific scenarios. Right? It doesn't actually reset the cooldown. It's kind of just an extra E that you can do that doesn't look at the cooldown. Right? When you use that, it effectively does the exact same thing, but in the Fiery Passion state, it does a bit more damage. So both the damage of the skill itself, but also the damage of the Fiery Passion charge attack, which is 4% higher than the base one, which doesn't matter that much. But more importantly, the damage of the plunge attack, which goes from 368% to 552 at talent level 10. Talent level 9, it's from 342 to 513. Pretty big difference. That being said, the biggest upside of the Fiery Passion state isn't just the fact that it has a higher motion value, is that you get one more E, which lets you get one more plunge. At a baseline, her skill has a 9-second cooldown with 2 charges, which means you'd be able to do 2 E's followed by plunges. But with the Fiery Passion state, that means that each E followed by a plunge adds the special E followed by a special plunge. So instead of 2, you get 4. Her burst, she has a burst that fills up her Night Soul. The default burst costs 70. It fills up her Night Soul bar. It's really bad. Filling up the Night Soul isn't that bad, but it does burst damage, and as we're gonna see later, she gets a decent amount of plunge damage percent from her own kit and from her artifact set. Whereas the secondary burst that she can do after doing a plunge in Fiery Passion. So, again, as a quick reminder, she starts out with a normal skill, followed by a normal charge attack, followed by a normal plunge. That makes her enter Fiery Passion, and then she can do the same thing, but instead of normal ones, they're ones in her special state. Once she's done that plunge in her special state, for like about a second after doing that plunge, she can use a special burst, which costs 30 energy instead of 70, and which has a slightly lower motion value. This is what you want to do. The default burst has a pretty long animation and isn't plunge damage. The special burst, the low cost one, is very quick, costs a lot less energy, is plunge damage. In most situations, this is what you're doing. You're pretty much ignoring the default burst. Design-wise, I think that's a bit disappointing, because I wish there were some situations where you actually wanted to use the default burst. I guess to some extent there might be. If your skill is on cooldown, you could use the burst to get your special plunge, but generally you won't really use it. But yeah, that special burst doesn't have a cooldown. But in order to use it, you need to have done a enhanced plunge from the Fiery Passion state, which requires you to have done a normal plunge already in order to enter that state. Which means, while it doesn't actually have a cooldown, in practice, you'll only be able to use it twice, maybe 3 times per rotation. This is a really cool kit design in my opinion. I really like the idea of having a like special burst that doesn't have a cooldown and cost less energy. I really think the biggest downside design-wise to this kit design is just that there's not much of a reason to use a default burst. I really hope that in future beta versions they either massively buff this or maybe give you a different buff when you use it to like incentivize a playstyle that can at least sometimes justify using the default burst, because otherwise I feel like that's a bit sad. But yeah, I'm not gonna go into like all the details. I'll keep that for the pre-release. But this is a very interesting kit with right now, as of the first version of the beta, pretty decent numbers. They're not outstanding. Like they're not fucking. She's not Maoika, but they're still pretty solid. Obviously, the best unit to compare her to would be Xilonen, because Xilonen is a unit who is also an electro carry. And I think you're going to end up playing both of them in relatively similar teams. I think that it's looking to me so far like she's going to be a little bit better than Xilonen in her best teams, but her team versatility is going to be worse than Xilone's team versatility. Her non-optimal teams, I think so far, look to be worse than Xilone's non-optimal teams. There's like a few things that contribute to making her potentially better than Xilonen in her best teams. The main ones are, one, she's a Natlan character, which means that in Chevreur's teams where you want an off-field pyro in order to keep the Chevreur's buff for your electro carry, having a Natlan carry instead of a non-Natlan carry means that Maoika generates a lot more fighting spirit, which makes Maoika much stronger. And that synergy helps a lot. Honestly, that's really the main thing. Because she's a plunge character, a lot of people will be... or will look at her synergy with Xianyun. I think Xianyun is not a bad character for her. Like, Xianyun will be an option for her good teams, but I think compared to other plungers, the Xianyun synergy is lower. Her default motion value is relatively high, and there's a decent amount of her rotations that will not get 8 plunges, which means you don't get all the value from the plunge buff on Xianyun. Honestly, I think it's fair to say that one of the biggest advantages that Xianyun provides in her teams is that Xianyun front loads fanfare generation with Farina, whereas other healing support options often either only heal in single target or heal relatively slowly. Xianyun helps you get a lot more fanfare on average, which is honestly the biggest difference compared to characters like Xilonen, for example. She has a passive that effectively says this character is a lot better with Xilonen. When a nearby character triggers, or when a nearby party member triggers a Night Soul Burst, Varesa's attack is increased by 30%, max 2 stacks. Because it's a max of 2 stacks, it means if you trigger Night Soul Burst twice in quick succession, you get more attack. And the only character that can do that is Xilonen. By default, Night Soul Burst has a cooldown. The one that just happens when you deal elemental damage. Of 18 seconds with one Natlan character, 12 with 2, and 9 with 3. Her teams will generally have either 2 or 3. But even if it's 3 with 9 seconds cooldown, there's going to be very little overlap between the first and second stacks. There's only going to be 3 seconds of overlap. So it's generally about 30%. But with Xilonen, because her burst, or because her skill triggers Night Soul Burst as part of her kit, that means that you effectively will always have the 60% attack, which is nice. That being said, honestly, Varesa is not the highlight of the patch. I started with her because I wanted to keep the best for last. The highlight of 5.5 characters-wise is IANSAN. IANSAN is a character that is not only really cool kit-wise, but also looking to be strong. And she's a 4-star. So we fucking love to see it. So, what the heck does she do? When she uses her skill, she enters Night Soul, and is it in her skill that it says how you generate it? Or is it in her burst? I think it's in her burst. Okay. In her skill, she enters Night Soul. Cool, whatever. It is what it is. Pretty sure this is a bug. This is supposed to be 54, not 5. Yeah, okay. And it's not supposed to be 54 seconds cooldown. Something's wrong in this data here. I think it's a 10-second cooldown. I don't remember. You use it once per rotation. Anyways, well, her burst is the big part of her kit, right? So when you use her burst, you give your active character an attack buff, which is very, very similar to Bennett, right? Who also gives the active character an attack buff. The attack buff is going to be larger or smaller depending on how much Night Soul she has, and it's going to scale with her attack. Unlike Bennett, it's not base attack scaling, it's total attack scaling. What that means is that you're a bit less reliant on the specific weapon you're using, but a lot more reliant on the artifacts you're building on her. The attack buff at talent level 10 is capped at 690, which, for reference, let's take a look at Bennett's buff at talent level 10 without constellations. Is 101% of his base attack. His base attack is 191 plus whatever the weapon gives you. So with a 4-star weapon that isn't Ali Flash, because Ali Flash is kind of whatever. With a 4-star weapon, you get 565 base attack, which is 756 base attack in total. So it's a little bit over 750 attack being provided by this, right? Which is a little bit higher than what IANSAN gives. Bennett also increases his flat attack buff at C1 by 20%, and at C5 with the talent levels, it goes up to 139% of his base attack, which with a 4-star weapon is about 1,000 attack, with a 5-star weapon is about 1,200. IANSAN's attack buff at talent level 10 is capped at 690, and at talent level 13 is capped at 810. So the size of the flat attack buff is generally a bit smaller than Bennett at similar constellation levels. But there's a few things that are better and a few things that are worse. The main advantage that she has over Bennett is that she's an Atlan character and Cinder City's fucking broken. Cinder City is just a very, very, very powerful artifact set, and so her having access to the 40% damage bonus from it is a big deal. When it comes to constellations that increase the size of her buff, she has C2 that also adds a 30% attack to the active character, and C6 that adds 25% damage bonus. If that's all you look at, it actually makes it so that the buff she provides tends to be bigger than the buff that Bennett provides. However, there's a caveat to that, which is she won't necessarily get the maximum attack buff. Her attack buff is dependent on how much Night Soul she has. Her base, let me open Paint. Actually, can I do this? I can. Oh, that's huge. I didn't know I could do that. Okay. Alright. So her base limit of Night Soul right here is 54. I hate writing with a mouse. Graphic design is my passion. Yeah, editors are gonna hopefully make this look a little bit less bad. Anyways, her base Night Soul limit is 54. That Night Soul goes down by 6 per second. It goes down faster if you're running on her, right? The exploration portion of her Night Soul is just effectively something that makes her run faster. Don't run on her. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the utility in combat. So it goes down by 6 Night Soul per second. Once it gets to 42, right? At 42 or higher in this zone, the attack buff is always the same, and it's 27% of her total attack. Now, this doesn't increase with talent levels. What increases with talent levels is the maximum, which means that if you want to cap the buff, you'll technically need more attack at talent level 13 than you would at talent level 10. And so at talent level 10, the attack buff caps out at a little bit over 2,500. At talent level 13, it caps out at 3,000. As long as you have 2556 plus attack at C0, or 3,000 plus at C5 plus, you will get the maximum attack buff so long as you're in this zone. Once you fall below this zone, though, instead of being a static 27% attack, it becomes a buff that is proportional to the amount of Night Soul that you have. At 42 Night Soul, right? So at exactly the breakpoint, it's 21% instead of 27. I guess technically it'd be at 41. I don't know if the Night Soul gets calculated with decimals, so I don't know if it's... I don't know if like 41.99, which rounds to 42, would be... Anyways, whatever. But at 41, it's like 20 point something. Which is an decent-ish drop-off. But then, the less you have of it, the less the attack buff is. And so... once you get to like 20, the buff becomes 10% of her attack. Now, what that means is that, assuming you don't have a way to regain Night Soul over time, it's an attack buff that starts out high and that goes down over time. However, you can gain Night Soul points in a few ways. Mainly, she regains Night Soul points over time as long as... Okay. She regains Night Soul points over time, 1 per second. And on Natlan characters, if your active party member is a Natlan character, every 3 triggers of this Night Soul point regeneration over time generates 4 instead of 1. So it's a little bit over 2 per second on Natlan characters instead of 1. But she loses 6 per second. Which means that in practice, on Natlan characters, or on non-Natlan characters, she actually loses 5 per second. And on Natlan characters, she loses 3.67 per second. This is awful handwriting. I can't write with a mouse. I'm sorry. Anyways, editors will help make this look good. Nice 7. Shut up. However, she also can regain some of her Night Soul based on how much your characters move. The more a character moves, the more Night Soul they regain, and characters that move a lot can actually end up gaining more Night Soul than they lose. So, basically, depending on which characters you end up using, some of them will be able to effectively stay in this zone for the whole duration. Some of them will start out in this zone, but will slowly go down over time and lose some of the attack buff. The amount that you regain from movement is apparently 0.67 Night Soul points per unit of distance moved. Bit of a point of reference. We can talk about a few abilities that make you move and how much they make you move. So we can talk about Chlorine, we can talk about Xiao, we can talk about Gaming. A good way to find out how many units of distance you're moving is go to your quest log, path towards literally any quest, and press V so that it shows up the direction you're supposed to go with the distance, right? This number is in in-game units, right? So you can see how much you're moving as long as you repress V, right? It's 12.748. If I press E, 43. So it's about 5 units of distance we're moving with Chlorine's E. With Xiao's E, right, 45, 38. That's about 7 units. I did a little bit of testing on a bunch of these, just to, like, try to get a feeling for how much they're generating. Xiao's jump is about 6 units of height, and then the plunge is another 6, so each plunge makes him move about 12 units. Gaming's skill doesn't make him jump as high as most plungers, so it's closer to like 4 to 5 units, but his skill itself makes him go forward, and generally, when you're looking at optimal Gaming teams, you try to go catch your Manchai by dashing towards it, which means that generally Gaming moves about 8 to 9 units from the plunge, and then another 8 to 9 units from the skill plus the dash. So a little bit over 16 units per plunge. I did some very preliminary organization of like how much characters move. Where did I put it? Oh no. Not saving sheets. Oh, where is it? We'll find it, chat. We'll find it. We'll find it. I swear we'll find it. It's somewhere. It's gotta be somewhere. I know I didn't close it. Oh, it's on this one. It was on a different book. My bad. Sorry. Yeah, so editors for now only include the first column. Basically, characters that don't really move lose about 5 per second. 3 point something if they're from that one. But characters that do move a decent amount end up with losing less per second. In practice, most of the time, depending on what other characters you have outside of IANSAN on your team, you might swap into your carry while you're at 54 Night Soul, but you might also swap into your carry while you're at less than 54. If you're using supports that make you move, like Kazuha, for example, where his skill makes you jump up and down, or Xianyun, where her skill makes you jump up and down, you might end up swapping into your carry with full Night Soul. But if you're using supports that are more stationary, like Shovelers, for example, it's possible you swap into your carry with less Night Soul. Being stationary also generates points? Not really. You didn't read that post properly. It generates enough to count as movement to trigger the passive that generates 1 per second, but not enough to actually be relevant outside of that passive of 1 per second. Like, in practice, you don't actually lose 5 per second, you lose like 4.99 per second. Sure. But like, you know that's not what I mean. Anyways, apparently also movement during burst animation counts, which means that characters that move a lot in their burst animation, like Maoika, for example, can end up generating a lot of Night Soul for IANSAN. All in all, what this effectively means is that on characters that move a lot, you'll generally be able to get the full buff. But on characters that don't move a lot, it's effectively going to be a buff that falls off with time. It starts out at max, but it goes down with time. She also has a constellation that helps her with her Night Soul generation. Her C4 makes it so that once per burst, or well, yeah, once per buff basically. When you use a character, when you use any character other than IANSAN's burst, you gain 2 stacks of a thing that effectively makes it so that you restore 4 additional Night Soul points for your next 2 restorations. So effectively, this makes it so that when you use a character's burst, it additionally helps you restore 8 Night Soul points. Also, if you end up restoring over the cap, she gains, or she stores half of the amount you overcapped and restores that the next time she tries to restore. From what I've seen, her Night Soul bar appears at the start of the skill animation. And by the time the skill animation is over, technically you also want to add this fucking weird-ass Swift Storm Flight after the skill, but, like, we don't need to talk about that. It's effectively just, you can just consider it as part of the skill animation. But it effectively means that after the skill is over, you're not at full Night Soul anymore, because the skill has an animation time. The burst restores 15 Night Soul when you use it, so generally, if you do skill into burst, you will end up with full Night Soul. And you'll probably overcap a little bit and be able to take some of this overflow. Anyways. As a general rule, though, you can expect to get on characters that fully stack the movement passive and can maintain above 42 easily, like most of the plungers. You can expect the average buff to just be the limit. And on characters that don't move that much, you can expect to, in most of their cases, get all of it at the start of your rotation, but end up averaging maybe closer to the 30 stack buff for the later portion of your rotation. Now, because the cap doesn't change, it effectively means that if you have more attack than the amount you need to cap the passive, you will lose a lower portion of the buff when you're below the amount of attack that you need. This is most significant in Chevreuse teams, because Chevreuse teams tend to have power resonance and Chevreuse's attack buff, often Chevreuse being on noblesse as well, which gives a pretty massive attack buff to IANSAN. And if you're playing characters that don't move too much in Chevreuse teams, like Raiden, or if you're playing Klein against a boss where you're not intentionally going backwards and forwards, alternating between the two, or like sideways, right, if you're just using your skill without inputting a specific direction to help you move more, you won't move too much. On those teams, you generally still end up with a lot of attack on IANSAN, making it so that even when you're below 42, you'll still spend a bit of time with the capped attack buff. Right? So, for reference, base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack. IANSAN's base attack is 257, which is that's about average for a 4-star. It's a bit higher than Bennett, which is nice, but 257, and thank the Lord, Favonius Lance is a high base attack weapon. Not all Fav weapons are created equal. Favonia's sword is 454 base attack, which makes it not that great on Bennett. Favonia's lance, however, is 565, which is going to help her a lot because Fav is nice on her because you don't care too much about her personal damage. But you do care about the amount of attack you get, so having higher base attack is a pretty big deal. Anyways, her base attack generally will be 565. If you don't have Fav or you just don't need the energy, which is possible in some teams, you can end up using another weapon. The default one, I suppose, would be the new event weapon, the Torch, which gives you 40% attack on the passive, but is the same base attack. Anyways, attack percent in a Chevreuse team tends to be really high, especially if you go triple attack main stat. Let's take a look at like the upper limit of attack you'll be able to reach on these weapons. And if we're going to be doing that, we might as well look at the actual upper limit, which would be with Calamity Queller. Which is 741 base. So, attack percent with Fav, Torch, Calamity. If you go triple attack main stats, times 3. She has an attack percent ascension of 24% attack. One of her ascension passives gives her 20% attack after using the Swift Stormlight thingy. Basically after using her skill, so 20% as well for free. If you're building mainly for attack percent, you will get generally a bit more attack percent in your substats than what I usually assume. I usually assume about 20% on attack scalars, but if attack percent is the main thing you're looking for, you can get 30 to 40. Now let's look at 30% from substats. You'll also be able to get a bit more flat attack. So let's say about 400. What else? So we have Power Resonance, potentially Noblesse on Chevreuse, 40% attack from Chevreuse. Now, from what I understand, unlike Bennett, she doesn't benefit from her own attack buff on her burst. So there's no flat attack past what we're getting from artifacts. But as you can see, the total amount of attack that you'll end up getting on Fav, about 3.7k in a build like this. On Torch, you get another 40%, so it's about 4k. And then on Calamity Queller, you get 16.5, and then another little bit from this, probably just one stack average, so 16.5, 3.2. Right to 4.5k. At C0, at talent level 10, her attack buff limit is 690, which means that you'll stay maxed until the size of the attack percent buff reaches 18%, which is going to happen at 37 Night Soul on a build like this, which means you're still capped until 37 Night Soul on a build like this, 34 with Torch, 30 with Calamity. And once you reach this amount, once you get to 36, it's not a big drop-off like it would be if you were exactly capped from 42 to 41. At C6, that won't be the case anymore, right? Because the amount the buff limit is higher, right? So on Fav, you'd only be capped with this conversion rate above 42, which means that you'll never be capped under 42 effectively. On Torch, you get to 40, Calamity to 35. But that's not really that big of a deal. The point is, in these teams that get a lot of external attack buffs, you don't get punished as hard for not moving a lot. That being said, that doesn't mean you don't get punished at all. The main way in which you can get punished is through her C6, right, which obviously won't apply to people that don't have her C6. But for those of you that will end up getting it, her C6 gives you 25% damage only when you overflow Night Soul Point generation. Which means if you don't move a lot and you don't overflow Night Soul Point generation, you won't trigger this. Now, generally, you'll still be able to trigger it about once, because even if you don't move a lot, from the C4, you can front load stack generation, plus from your using character bursts, that if that makes them move. But it is something to keep in mind. Where, because it only lasts for 3 seconds, unless you are constantly moving, you will not have good uptime on this buff. Anyways, the base duration of her buff is 12 seconds. That is worse than Bennett. Now, you might be thinking, what the heck are you talking about, dumbass? This says 12 as well. Well, it's not actually 12. Bennett is like a broken fucking character that they just really did not balance. And so the actual duration of his attack buff is much longer than it says it is, because the way that Bennett's attack buff gets triggered is it's not an attack buff that constantly is active on your active character. It's a buff that will actually I can show it with Beto very well. It's a buff that effectively checks the state of your character every second. If your character is inside the Bennett buff, or inside the Bennett burst, it will give them the buff. If not, it won't. And then that buff lasts for about 2 seconds. Which means, even if you swap out, the buff will stay for about 2 seconds, but it also means that if you get that last tick of checking for the buff while you're active on your character, it will last for an additional 2 seconds. This tends to be a big deal on characters like Arlecchino that often use Bennett's buff somewhat early into your setup in a team like this, right? Whether you're doing a Chevreuse team or a Melt or Vape team, generally you don't swap directly from Bennett to Chevreuse or to Arlecchino. In these teams, because you want to get Fishhole snapshotted. In Melt teams, because Bennett is generally part of your VV setup, or, well, you want to swap from Citlali to Arlecchino to get your TDDS, right? And if you're just looking at the amount of time you spend on field,
Everybody stand! My royal justice will prevail!
oops.
I'm getting sick.
Alright, as you can see, the Bennett buff disappears before we're done with our uptime, which means that the 2 seconds longer duration actually matters a lot. Right? That's an additional 2 seconds of buffing that a character like IANSAN won't provide. However, IANSAN C6 also increases her buff duration by 3 seconds, effectively making it ever so slightly longer than Bennett's buff. The main thing to consider when it comes to figuring out which character is going to be better between IANSAN and Bennett in a team generally isn't the buff duration. It's a mix of a few things. One, do you gain something from Cinder City? So for example, a character like Xiao doesn't gain anything from IANSAN being on Cinder City because you can't trigger Electro Swirl with an Electro character, because Animo can't be applied as an aura to enemies. So you won't be able to give Xiao an Animo damage buff from Cinder City. Alternatively, a character like Mawika in Melt teams, I suppose. Where is she? You already get Cinder City from Xilonen, and while you could swap Xilonen to a different artifact set, the energy from Cinder City is a massive deal on Xilonen, so it's going to be a lot harder to do. And then on top of that, even if you do that, it effectively means you're gaining that artifact set you swapped Xilonen for. So for example, TOM, you're not gaining Cinder City. You already had Cinder City. The new thing that you have is just the additional 20% attack from TOM. So that's the first important factor. Is Cinder City actually going to help your team a lot? The second factor is, can you make the most of IANSAN's attack buff? Are you moving enough to keep it high? Or are you doing most of your damage towards the start of your rotation, so it doesn't matter if it falls off later? Or are you able to get a lot of external attack buffs on IANSAN, making it so that even when you're a little bit lower, you still have most of the attack buff? For example, a character like Xilonen will generally be able to get pretty solid uptime on the buffs, but a character like Raiden can end up struggling because she moves a lot less. Third factor is resonances. Resonances by themselves aren't a big deal, but when it comes time to comparing characters that do similar things, the one that gets the resonance generally tends to perform better. So, for example, going back to the Arlecchino team with Chevreuse, right? The current best Chevreuse Arlecchino team is this. You have power resonance, but it's not reliant on Bennett being here, which means that if you were to not have Bennett in the team, you would still have power resonance. With IANSAN, you'll on top of that gain electro resonance, which will make your teams a little bit more comfortable to play because you'll have more energy generation. A similar thing can be said about electro characters in Chevreuse teams, because in order to keep good uptime on the debuff to resistances from Chevreuse, you need to re-trigger Overload, and if your on-fielder is an electro character, because Chevreuse doesn't apply off-field pyro, these teams tend to perform better with off-field pyro characters, whether you're using characters like Toma just for a bit of defensive utility in that application, or characters that are more focused on damage like Xianyun or Mawika, right? In that last slot, you have a bit of flexibility, and you're kind of able to use whichever one. But again, here, you already have power resonance. And so IANSAN should generally perform better. One very, very important thing to keep in mind is that, I haven't said it yet, but IANSAN does have healing. But the amount of healing on this is not it. At a baseline, on a build that has a lot of external attack buffs, on Fav, you'll generally get, or even not on Fav, you'll generally get like upper limit about 4,000 attack on IANSAN, but generally less than that. Generally, it's going to be between 3 to 3.5k. 60% of that is not a lot, right? 60% of 3,000 is 1,800. 3.5k, 2,100. 4k, 2,400. This effect can activate once per 2.8 seconds, and the duration of it is 10 seconds. After triggering a burst, but only during her skill. Only when she's restoring Night Soul points. So generally you'll get 3, maybe 4 procs of this. But some of those will not be on your carry. So 2 to 3 procs of this. Maybe 1 to 3 procs of this on your carry. Which is not a lot. It's significant in the sense that when you don't specifically need healing for a team, a little bit of healing will help make your clears more comfortable. However, it is not nearly big enough to be able to enable Farina through healing. Right? This amount of healing is significantly less than the amount of healing you get from Bennett. You'll generally be fine to, like, at least not die. As long as you're not playing like ass. But that's pretty much it. It's somewhat useful bit of defensive utility, but it's not enough to be considered proper healing. Also, I guess to some extent important to mention, in order for healing to matter for Chlorinde, it needs to make it so that you need at least 1 less attack to use your skill while you're above 100 Bond of Life. By default, she takes 3 attacks because that enhanced skill happens above 100% Bond of Life, and she generates 35 per attack, which means that after 2 attacks, you've gotten 70. So you need to generate at least 30% of her total HP in order to have that be a breakpoint to get your E a little bit faster on her. A Chlorinde that doesn't have too much HP in the substats. I have 1 roll of HP percent here, 1 roll of flat HP, and that's it. Right? 18k HP. This is generally the lower limit of HP you're gonna get on a well-built Chlorinde. And 30% of that is 5,000. IANSAN is never healing for that. You could maybe go for a full healing bonus IANSAN if you really wanted to, but like, why? Actually, does she... It's not the full life, right? It's 80% of the healing, so you'd actually need even more than that, right? You need to heal for almost 7k. That's not happening. So for Clyde specifically, IANSAN's healing doesn't matter. For purposes of Farina, it also doesn't matter. But just in terms of having a little bit of defensive utility to help you not die too often, it can be helpful. For passive makes it 100%, I forbore. It never... healing never really matters on Clyde, okay? Like, that's the fucking reality. But whatever. Anyways, but yeah, so that's that factor out of the way, right? Whether you need healing in your team or not can make Bennett much better. I've talked a bit about moving and being able to generate Night Soul that way. But that's not the only effect of moving. Characters that move a lot can end up struggling staying in Bennett's buff, and IANSAN's buff isn't limited to a specific area. It'll follow you around. So on characters that tend to struggle to stay in Bennett buff, IANSAN not forcing you to stay inside of a circle is going to be a nice upside that she has. I haven't looked at comparisons on of IANSAN versus Bennett for every carry. I'll look at them a lot more for the pre-release, because we will do a pre-release in IANSAN, and honestly, it might be one of the longest pre-releases we'll do. I really hope she doesn't get gutted in beta. But I'm gonna have a lot more to say about her. What was I saying before that? Fuck, I forgot. I wanted to make a point. Chat, remind me, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I haven't looked at every team. So far from what I've seen, I'd say that she's generally a downgrade to Bennett at C0. In most teams. Because she can use Fav properly, unlike Bennett, teams that care about energy generation gain a lot more from her. Teams that could benefit from Electro Resonance and either already have Pyro Resonance wouldn't get Pyro Resonance even with Bennett, or just don't benefit from it. Can also end up liking IANSAN even if she's providing less damage. Obviously, she doesn't have the C6 that can give infusion, so all the teams that rely on Bennett's C6 to function, like the Luke Plunge teams, for example, won't really be able to use her. But outside of that, I'd say she tends to be, honestly, fairly similar to Bennett, purely offensively. Right? She's got some upsides, she's got some downsides. Bennett, I would say, is still much better overall because he's also providing healing, which, as it turns out, kind of matters a lot. But even defensively, it's not all upside for Bennett. The self-pyro aura makes it so that against certain enemies, Bennett allows them to trigger reactions on you, which can make you get one shot more easily. And if you get one shot, you can't heal, so the healing don't matter. I think that's very relevant for this Abyss, with these fucking losers one-shotting you through Bennett buff. But it is what it is. Anyways. I'm not a huge fan of characters having very relevant constellations. I think that's also one of the nicest things about Bennett, is that outside of his C1, which helps his quality of life a decent amount and just is good, his only good constellations are C5 and C6, and C5 isn't that big of a deal, and C6 is nice but situational. There's a lot of teams where it doesn't do anything. Honestly, the biggest portion of it in most teams isn't the Pyro Infusion, it's the 15 Pyro damage that it gives to characters like Arlecchino. IANSAN gains, I'd say, much more from constellations. Most importantly, obviously, the attack buff at C2 is pretty good. C4 helping you average more Night Soul on a lot of characters. And C6 giving you that damage bonus, but maybe more importantly, that additional duration is a pretty big deal. I'm not a huge fan of that. In a perfect world, more of that power budget would be at C0 and the constellations themselves would be weaker. But we don't live in a perfect world. It's a fucking gacha game. It sucks. It is what it is, I suppose. Aware. But yeah. I haven't talked about her personal damage very much. The numbers on it aren't too bad, but you will often end up playing her in teams that don't have too many buffs for her. You often won't get too many external attack buffs on her. Or sorry, too many external buffs outside of attack buffs on her. And so while the numbers aren't that bad because they often will happen when you're not buffed, they won't be that good either. I've mostly talked about Pyro and Electro characters. Obviously, they're not the only ones that benefit from it, but like I said, Animal characters can't get that Cinder City buff from her, which is very unfortunate. Neither can Geo characters. And then attack scaling Geo characters are few and far between. Cryo characters can use her, but most of the time, they tend to either not have the freedom to give a slot to an attack buffer. So you aren't playing Bennett in them anyways, like in freeze teams, and a lot of freeze teams at least. Or have 2 pyro units because you want the attack buff and a melt enabler, and then losing out on pyro resonance can be a big deal. So while IANSAN will be viable for some crowd carries, she generally won't have the best synergy. For Dendro carries, it'll be very nice for Kinich. But outside of Kinich, most Dendro carries don't care that much about attack. Most Hydro carries also don't care that much about attack. That's why I've mostly talked about the Pyro and Electro ones. But, yeah, that pretty much does it for the first impressions. I hope you guys are looking forward to the pre-releases. I'm really looking forward to these characters. It's nice in general to have good 4-stars, which obviously is a point in IANSAN's favor. But then on top of that, I think that the idea of a buff that is better on characters that move a lot is just really cool. Conditional buffs can be kind of boring. So there's universal buffs and non-universal buffs. And universal buffs are things that just give the same value pretty much to everyone. And then there's the non-universal ones, and then in the non-universal ones, there's also some that have conditions on them. Although I suppose there's also conditions on universal buffs sometimes. So like, for example, Farina has a universal buff with a condition. IANSAN has a non-universal buff because it's attack. And it's a conditional buff because it depends on how much you move. But I just think it's really cool. That condition is a cool one. Moving, like, units of movement is just the sort of stuff that's nice to have as part of the team building process, as part of the things you want to think about when you're building teams. I just think that's really cool. So that's another thing going for her. When it comes to Varesa, I think it's cool that we finally have a character with actual variation in their burst. It's a bit unfortunate that that variation is kind of worthless because the normal burst is kind of bad. So like I said, I hope they end up buffing it. But we'll have to see. As usual, for the pre-release videos, all of this information is subject to change. For the first impressions videos specifically, it's not just subject to change, it's going to change. The question is, are they going to buff it? Are they going to nerf it? Or are they just going to readjust it? But I don't think there's a single character that's made it from V1 of beta to live without a single change. So you can expect changes, and I will be covering the changes in the pre-release. So make sure you subscribe so that you can make sure you don't miss that video. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you learned a thing or two. I hope you're as excited for the next patch as I am. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Okay. You know, I find it really funny that ABD is like much better than usual in this abyss. Because she's really good in venti abysses. Air fryer meta, yes sir.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is
Into the wind. Now. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
this will brighten up the place. I'm getting wind strike. Everybody stand.
I got hit like an idiot.
Overruled. A little ambiance.
Almost died.
I'm
Man. ABD burst in AoE is like so fucking goated. It's a real shame that she doesn't tend to have good synergy with groupers because she's Dendro and you can't swirl. You can't swirl Dendro. I mean, it would be enormously OP if she snapshotted. She might be, yeah.
Clouds high. Birds call. Now.
going in. Why do they never
Oh, fuck you.
fresh and floral?
Now you're testing my patience.
I'm getting
Oh, I'm outside of Bennett buff like an idiot.
Patience. Late bed. Wind strike. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
everybody stand back. A little ambiance.
And it really do be like that. I wonder how much faster this is than doing just a 3-unit Arlecchino team. It's probably not even that much faster because Arlecchino's kind of goated. Oh, fuck you.
I'm getting sick of this.
Wind strike.
I'm getting sick of this.
Late bed.
Let's light it up. Everybody stick.
One with nature. Birds call.
It is a bit faster, though. Like 8 seconds-ish? What about if you don't swap to Arlecchino?
Wind strike.
Oh, my Bennett's on the wrong build.
Fallen leaves.
This will brighten up the place.
Wind strike.
Teamwork is a dream.
As one with wind and cloud. Wind knows me.
It survived with like 1 fucking HP. That's tragic.
Clouds high. Birds.
Fresh and floral.
Wind strike. Test my patience.
Time to reassess.
It's not even that much slower, which is so funny. You could try Emblem Emily? I could, yeah. I don't really have enough ER, so I mean, I might as well go 5. If I'm gonna do her as a carry. Because you actually do care about using the burst every rotation. Like, I should have her on the burning set with someone else on Deepwood, but I can't be fucking bothered, man. Who do we do in the last slot? Venti? I mean, I want to do it without Venti. Xilonen doesn't really fit too well in a team like this. Okay. Unironically, it might be an emblem child angle. Maybe emblem Molani would just be better. Ah, fuck. It probably would be. Or I guess just normal Molani. Oh, my Bennett's still on the wrong build. I forgot. Maybe this isn't it. I don't know. This is optimal Molani gameplay, by the way, for sure. Oh, how fast was that? That wasn't really faster. I mean, I know it'll be better with Venti, but, like, I don't want to play Venti here, man. Change Bennett build. Fuck!
Time for takeoff. Everybody stand. This'll brighten up the place.
I wasn't inside the fucking Venti burst? Really? Did I forget to use her skill? Yeah, I did. Also, Venti should be on Viridescent Hunt, shouldn't he?
Time for takeoff. Everybody stand. This'll brighten up the place. Brace yourselves. Think you can get away? Go in! Rush and whirl. Let's play.
Aww. Not dead.
Time for takeoff. Everybody stand. A little ambiance.
That was slower. I guess having 2 Animo units on a team that doesn't care about VV is kind of running it down, isn't it? I just do this. I guess. I'll also fucking put Bennett on the right build. Tell the editors about the video, that's a good idea. Recorded. What did I record? IANSAN and Varesa first impressions.
Think you can get away? Here we go. Strike a pose. Let the world come on. Go in. This will brighten up the place. Let's play. Time for takeoff. Here we go. Let's light it up.
Let's end this now.
Think you can get away? This will brighten up the place.
My goat. I guess they spawn close enough that I probably don't even need a grouper. This would be a Chiori angle if I had her, honestly. Wait, I know. Okay, no, that's I'm not doing it. No, stop, no. I almost got brainwashed. Chat. So close to being brainwashed. Okay, you know what? It is an Emblem Child angle. But it's a Viridescent Hunt Emblem Child angle. That's what it is. Is it really an albedo angle? I don't know, man.
We can't well. Everybody stand back.
Oh wait, dude,
Couldn't let your guard down.
that was dog shit. What the fuck is wrong with me?
Now you're testing my patience.
Let's light it up.
Or this team doesn't have all-field pyro, so child don't fucking work. It's not albedo. It wasn't albedo, chat. It wasn't albedo. It was a Kazuha angle. International, but with Emilie instead of Shanling.
Teamwork is strength. This will brighten up the place.
Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
Wait, I'm an idiot. I didn't use Kazuha's burst, so I still don't have all-field pyro.
Fallen leaves. A dorm.
This didn't work too well. Like, it's not bad, but... I guess I don't want... Yeah, let's get back to deathmatch for this. And... we can stay on child, but we won't do Kazuha. What do we do for the last slot, chat? I don't know, man. There's no good last slot. Let's just do Albedo, man. I can't be bothered. Oh, that's cheating. Seat lolly. Okay, buddy. Bro! Okay! What? I hate these enemies, man. I hate these enemies. I hate the fucking Electro one specifically. Sure doesn't hunt didn't proc. Okay, it procs now. I didn't want to use E. I'm an idiot. That's not what I wanted to do either. Forgot to burst. What's this team supposed to be? I don't know, man. It's so annoying that some of them get staggered and some of them don't. How the fuck am I supposed to group them if some of them decide to get staggered and some of them don't? The fuck is that, man? Like, why is this guy all the way over here? And then the other two are on my fucking dick. And then that one's just fucking, oh no! Annoying ass motherfucker. Like, what's she doing here? So annoying! Why are they like this? Pisses me the fuck off, man. I'm going to shoot myself in game. My Albedo burst was properly leveled, this would have been good. But it's not. That was bad.
Now you're testing my patience. Feel the ancient power.
It's actually an Albedo burst being level 1 diff. Isn't that insane? this is not it, man. I give up. I'll just use the animal units. It's fine. Or maybe I should just play a real team. She's not cured. I give up. This shit sucks. I'm done. No UID reviews today. I lied, chat. I don't know what we'll do tomorrow. Do I have a video to post? I think I do. I think I have the banner review I can post. Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna post the banner review video as usual. If you can find it through YouTube, it helps more with the algorithm. It has been